All right, then let us begin. And episode 3, we are gonna do a bit of a time skip. It turns out that Matt had made a little mistake with the total willpower that Stanislav has, so we're just gonna assume that the madness is gonna last for a week instead of a day and hand wave it at that. So, why don't we start with something that isn't necessarily as intense as Stanislav trying to talk a bloodbound ghoul of the regent into betraying his master, who he loves dearly, of course, and to take over the chantry with him. Because that one is probably not gonna work out that well. How about we start with Nyaxi? Nyaxi, it is 2 days after the blood hunt. Uh, if we need to, we will roll your current amount of blood, the same as we did at the start. Because presumably
Okay.
you've been eating and doing things in the meantime and whatever. So if you want, you can do that now. But like, I don't think you're gonna use a lot of blood in a conversation with mom. It's your weekly check-in.
Okay. I mean, we can
You
roll if it becomes relevant, I think.
Yeah. You are in her private box at the opera. Something Russian that she doesn't much care for is currently on. She has, you know, provided some refreshments. It is some sort of a fizzy blood drink that the Tremere make, apparently. It's it's very sweet, almost like a lemonade.
Weird, but okay.
I mean, she heard that the kids like this kind of fizzy shit these days. So it has this big, like rosy foam on top that's like maybe like this big, where it's sort of fizzy and bubbling out of the glass. And you know, she sits you down, welcomes you, kiss on cheek. In that, it it's kind of like being kissed by an icicle, like it's like an endearing gesture, but she's kind of stiff about it, right? It's kind of like, yes, my daughter, hello.
And the drinks might at least mean that she is sort of happy with my conduct.
Yeah. So, probably these days, unless she's very unhappy with you, it's not a report fledgling, it's a okay, get settled, then proceed when you're ready kind of a vibe. So, you catch her watching you a couple of times as you do settle in, kind of evaluating you, trying to figure out how the experience has changed you and if it's for the better. And she's waiting for you to essentially explain how your week went.
So, I mean, was there anything else aside from the blood hunt?
No, that was that was pretty much it. Like, you can do small talk and talk about how your hunting went in your domain if you want.
No, I don't think. I think that would give her the wrong idea. Um, well, I mean, to talk about the elephant in the room, I think that you were right about the blood hunt being a valuable experience.
How so?
Well, I met these other neonates and I got a feeling for how it is to cooperate with the various other clans.
Hmm. Quite experience, isn't it? So, what is it like to cooperate with the other clans? What is your takeaway of this? We'll do this the usual way. Explain what you learned, and then I'll tell you what you missed.
Um, I learned that it's a good idea not to question the Malkavian too much regarding his delusions. I learned that in regards to the Tremere, I learned that if there's someone with greater ambition, it's best to wait until they misstep before acting on your own. And the Truha, I'm not sure. He didn't seem much like what I was expecting.
Yeah, they rarely are, and they are difficult to harness. Usually, the best you can hope for is to provoke them into going off in direction. Actually, controlling them is somewhat problematic and has been for a long time.
That makes sense, I suppose.
All right, that is. Those are all valuable lessons as far as it goes. Now, you've correctly identified the weaknesses and difficulties of the clans in question. Now, what you need to do next, and what I expect you to have a think on for our next meeting, and yes, this is her giving you homework, think on how those qualities or weaknesses or flaws can be exploited or directed. Even if you cannot control them and make your subordinates or servants, they can still be made part of your plans. Anything you can predict, you can use.
I'll think about that. Oh.
Now, tell me what went on with the other Malkavian, the one whose domain you entered. I heard that Stanislav was proclaiming himself an agent of the prince.
Well, we went there in pursuit of the last blood hunt here.
Hmm.
Our Malkavian managed to get us an audience with her in her domain. However, that went sideways because Stanislav seemed very convinced of her guilt in regards to sheltering said blood hunting.
Of course he did.
She used some kind of power to make the rest of us run away, so I'm not sure what happened after he escalated the situation, but he must have survived it because he called us later that night.
Uh-huh. Uh, Tell me about the call.
He seemed very paranoid and was asking for help. I had the impression that he was mentally disturbed, so I took the liberty to contact the regent about it.
I see. How mentally disturbed?
It seemed like he was hallucinating.
Ah, okay. Now, do you think that this particular Tremere could be of further use to you or us?
I mean, I would say that warrants further assessment, and he is a well respected member of our community, so perhaps tonight was a strange misstep.
Hmm, I don't know. To me, it seems like, if anything, tonight might have been his mask slipping. He had a chance to exercise some real power without someone greater around him to control him the whole time, and he attempted to throw his weight around with an elder in her own domain. See, my dilemma is this. She looks down at the performance. This part is always so loud. Do you have to go so high? Really, with that aria? I, uh... So, my dilemma is this. I personally have little interest, and trying to tear Reginald down, I see no personal profit in me for this. So, playing with his pets, it doesn't really bother me. But there is an opportunity, points the cane at you, for you to learn something here. So, that is why I'm asking. What would you prefer me to do, position wise? Because I could make it public that Stanislav was very disturbed in that evening and make it more difficult for Reginald to claim that it was just an accident and he was worried about his servant, or what, the story he put out. Or I could play along.
I think it might be more valuable to play along. Like, Reginald was willing to admit a certain debt to me in return for bailing out his pet,
Ah,
as you put it.
and you do not want to sour that or have him. This is another important lesson which you need to truly absorb about vampire politics. It's just us here, just between us girls. You can support Stanislav openly, and I can bury him if that's how you would prefer to play this. Let's say it's you making the decision. What's your preference? Now, assuming that we were doing this for real and you were doing your homework to learn as much about the situation, what's going to happen next as possible, which you might not yet have established all the context necessary to do, but let's, as a mental exercise, I have it on good authority that you and your compatriots, for various reasons, will be assigned the domain that you forcefully vacated. Obviously, this is a dangerous assignment with a potential for fuck ups, and therefore a swift execution by the prince, but it's also a chance for advancement. And some of you have sires that don't care, some of you have fucked up, and some of you have sires that believe in you. So, given the situation, would you want to be in the safe lifeboat with Stanislav, or would you prefer to try and get rid of him? Or at least distance yourself from him so that it's easier to blame any future fuck ups on him and sacrifice him instead of the entire group. Now I actually has to think. Because this is a chance to actually play politics and fuck someone over for herself.
Uh, may I ask a question?
Of course, always. And yeah, it
Do
wasn't
we
always. First 5 years, it's keep your mouth shut and learn, young girl.
do we know how much the regent cares about Stanislav?
Ah, now that is a good question to ask. Apparently enough to at least entertain the idea of repaying a boon of some measure to you. Then again, he might not care about owing a minor boon. He has a lot of people all over the city owing him and the chantry. Which, incidentally, is another good piece of information to keep in mind. You could use that boon to have him transfer one of the ones owed to him to you, should you need someone else's help.
Makes sense. I'm just wondering if it might be possible to extract further boons from him since they seem quite valuable.
If you had something to offer, but you have to be careful. Luna doesn't care about politics. And personally, it's best that she doesn't. The city is. It's it's better that the primogen of Clan Malkavian is a brute who holds less sway rather than more on the Primogen Council. I doubt it would benefit our clan if the Malkavians were taken more seriously, all things considered. But of course, any kindred will fight tooth and nail to survive if forced to.
Okay,
This is what I would suggest. Keep Stanislav for now. Go on your mission and keep a close eye on him. Try to be in a situation where you're the only one who can cover for him or know some secret of him. Ensure that it gets released should anything untoward happen to you, and make sure that he knows that it will be released. And then extract payment from him or Reginald.
okay.
If he is that ambitious, and with the taint in the Tremere blood, the way they work, he will make more mistakes. And you will, if you position yourself carefully, be able to profit from them. Now, normally you might consider being trapped with someone like that to be a negative, and it is to an extent, but it's also an opportunity. And should some critical part of maintaining the masquerade in that domain go wrong, well, he's the occult expert. He should have known better. He's the one who fucked up. And just make sure the others are willing to back your view of whatever events transpire.
Okay.
Okay. So, we're gonna continue with that. Mr. Ethan Black,
Good
you have
evening.
been invited to come to the Tremere Chantry. Now, of course, you are not under obligation to attend, but the ghoul who called your ghoul told that it was an invitation from the regent, and it would be probably unpolitical to refuse one of the most respected kindred of the city when he wants you to attend upon him.
That's very interesting. I guess he didn't give a
Just
reason to why the
hyperventilating.
visit would be why he would want me to visit. Does he have a specific night, or is it as soon as possible?
Soon, but the ghoul has like several slots open. It's like the like the Regent's Diary has an hour-long slot open here, 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 and here. Which one of these would you prefer? But they're all over the next, at most 2 or 3 days after the blood hunt. So yeah, like day 2, day 3 after the blood hunt, sometime in that range.
Given what had happened, it might be best to go just a couple of days later to allow certain things to have resolved themselves with certain individuals.
You're hoping that it'll wear off.
I suppose.
Okay, fair enough. So you go on day 3, probably later in the night when it's probably the shit slot. It's like 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. You arrive at the chantry. It's one of those like really rich houses which is short of having wings, but you can tell that it's at least like a good dozen rooms, or there's some really big room in there somewhere, right? And it's one of those that just perfectly manicured lawn, and it has that like picture perfect no one actually lives here vibe from the outside. It's just this automatic street light that comes on as you drive next to it. There's like a couple of low lights in the on the lawn. You buzz yourself in. The ghoul admits you. This is just like a lone vampire that greets you in like the lobby. Just a nod. Glances
Not
down
back.
at that picture. Glances up at you. Nods towards the stair leading to the second floor. Right at the top of the stairs, second door on left.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, you go up there, and it's an office space, right? There's a couple of comfortable chairs. There's like a smaller area where there's just 2 chairs across from a chessboard. Looks like there's some kind of a game in progress. Looks like there's a bookcase on the wall. And the regent is sitting behind the main desk. Gestures you towards the chair. Ethan, if you would.
I proceed to the chair and take a seat.
So, Ethan, we haven't spoken much before, greeting once or twice years ago. How has life been treating you these nights?
It's been, you know, just the way of our kind. More blood hunts, more work. I'm not a worker, as you may realize, not that into our kind that much, but it's not bad.
Well, at least it's not bad. 6 out of 10 could be worse, right?
Exactly.
Well, work is exactly why I wish to contact you. So, as you are no doubt aware, a member of my clan has recently managed to get himself into a small bit of trouble. Indiscretions. You understand the excitement of the moment.
Indeed, I tried to manage the situation as much as I could, but I
Oh
can't
no, no,
exactly,
no! It's not
you know.
it's not about that. You don't need to justify yourself. You're under no obligation to him. However, uh, I have it on good authority that well, you are likely to be assigned a mission by the sheriff under the auspices of the prince to take care of a certain situation which, of course, you can't really refuse as a loyal subject of the prince. Now, here's the thing. It would probably be better if an arrangement was made that you are hired help. I could put it out that I have hired you to be part of this mission before the decision becomes official, and would certainly look better for you. I would, of course, pay you, say, €1,000 per month on top of the other work you will no doubt continue in the meantime. And what I would want you to do is to simply report back to me on Stanislav's dealings. And should the need arise, to either rein him in or perhaps help clean up whatever issues might arise, since, well, let us hope that this one time was a fluke. But just in case it was not, I hope you understand me.
I understand best laid plans.
Of course. Should such a situation arise, and should it not be engineered by you, of course, not that you would, but just so we're clear on terms, additional compensation could be arranged.
Well, that sounds like a good deal, and I'll be glad to take that up.
Excellent. He opens a desk drawer, pulls out an envelope. Your first month's pay.
Okay, I'm kidding. I'm just being funny. Thank you very much.
Now, have you observed any ill effects after the ablury?
Well, my
He
effects.
pulls out
I
a
can't
notebook and starts noting it down.
What happened to me was I did lose the control for a little while. I may maybe due to the temperamental nature of my clan. However, the other member who did diabolise another member of their own clan had a similar effect for a closer duration. But it did not last that long.
Have you observed any other changes?
I gained a little bit of a power that I don't not 100% on yet. I haven't had a chance to deploy it. And I can't tell if I feel more disdain towards my human side or not at the moment, but I do feel a little bit more angrier than I used to.
Angrier, interesting. And you, which did you consume, the Bruja or the or
The gangrel, I believe.
Really? And that resulted you feel angrier potentially. That is fascinating. I must look into the bloodline of this gangrel more closely. And the site itself, did you notice anything strange about the site?
Not particularly, other than still under construction. We were mostly focused on the combat at the time. Nothing else made itself a reveal to us at this time, I think.
Of course, of course. Now, the offer for additional compensation, I think we can extend that to any interesting information regarding supernatural powers or anything related to that as well. Should you come across something interesting. Obviously, money is somewhat more easily available than boons, but perhaps if it's something truly valuable, arrangements could be made.
We'd have to see whatever happens in the investigation.
And one last point, Ethan. I do believe others will try to approach you for similar information. Now, I understand that you are a professional and you would not take a competing contract. Is that correct?
First in, best dressed, as they say.
Very good. Very good, Ethan. Stands up and offers you his hand.
Shake it in return.
I look forward to your reports.
Indeed. You'll find the thorough.
Someone's putting his hand on an unclaimed pawn. Now then, bacon. So, let's actually check where the domain is. So, here's the thing, Bacon. Your sire has been, she required like a full report of the night, got as much information out of you as she could. And you've been doing things with her. It's almost like when you were first dating. Like she must truly care about you. You've been going to fights, beating people up. You've broken a couple of kneecaps for her tonight, and you've told herself that it was all in the name of love and very justified. And it's been fun. And she's taking you somewhere again tonight. And this is one of the few places you have heard about, even without the knowledge in politics. And you realize as you turn down the street that that's where you're going. It's like that moment when a dog realizes he's going to the vet. She's taking you to the sheriff's domain.
Oh, that's better. I thought it was the Elysium.
Elysium is still a couple nights away.
Okay. Yeah.
And this week it's going to be hosted by the Bruja Primogen. It's in the Grand Arsenal.
Right.
She drives you to the St. Mary's church, and I didn't want you to worry, my dear, but the sheriff wants a word about what happened a couple nights ago.
Sure. He's the sheriff, yeah. I have to tell him stuff.
Her and
Right.
I do remember that we are on Luna's side. Don't hesitate to stealth Stanislav out.
Of course not, no. I mean, he started the aggression on her territory.
Exactly. He's the aggressor, and he was very insulting besides.
Yeah, broke the NAP. That's what people say these days, right?
Don't use abbreviations like that, I hate it.
Right.
In you go.
Okay.
And this is like the middle of the night. You have some kind of perception alertness, I assume, like you're not at like 1, like some of us. So these guys are kind of staying out of sight, but I'm not hiding, I'm just, not being in your face kind of way, So you realize that there's it's not just you and the woman who is here, but there's just like a single person out in the open, casually walking through, running loving fingers over like the carved pillars.
Your positions of importance document is wrong. It's saying the sheriff is Theophil.
Oh,
The weird looking dude.
did I fuck it up? Oh, that's because I'm retarded. Then this isn't even the sheriff's domain. What the domain did I give him?
I mean, just change it to the document now and it's easier.
No. Do I have one for that? Well, it's a different museum. So it's not a cathedral. You are at a museum at night. And this is, I don't have a ready-made picture, but it's the Amber Museum. So
Okay,
it's all kinds of like how amber was used, history of amber, etc., that sort of thing. For a moment, you thought you were in a church and then the illusion vanishes.
I don't know, much better, but just looking around. Huh. Sheriff must be German, that's the most boring museum I ever seen. Okay, then Lazarus approaches the figure in the middle.
Okay. Yeah, now I remember why I made him sheriff. It's a new city for me, and I haven't been as obsessive with this one as some of the others. I have my excuses, Bacon. They're locked and loaded for my fuck ups.
Sure, whatever you say.
He gestures to like one of those uncomfortable benches which aren't really there for sitting, there for old grannies to rest their feet because they can't make it all the way through the museum circuit. He sits down next to you. Lizek. So, I've gathered evidence of what happened. I've looked through your report. I've gotten second or first hand accounts from the others. And here's the impression I get. And correct me if I'm wrong. Stanislav is crazy. We can't trust his word for it. And
Yes.
I would very much prefer not to expend the willpower to probe his mind directly. The other two, well, Reginald von Wissen just volunteered Ethan for an upcoming mission, so he's been bought. And Hannah, well, Hannah is Ventru. And, well, you see my predicament. I need someone who'll tell me what actually happened.
Right. No, don't worry. I can speak only the truth.
Oh, why? Yes, of course. It's just that, well, that, like, I'm not gonna actually compel you. It's, oh, wait, no, you meant, like,
Right, so. All started when we were leaving the Elysium, no? Bloodhunt declared. It's the perfect moment to know how the others react. First impression, that Stanislav dude seemed kinda competent, like he knew a guy that could track cameras, and like he found out where the targets were on their place they were trying to leave with their vehicles, like loading shit up. So we managed to get there fast. So thought thinking like I start thinking it was okay, but kinda, like how these people are, like Jameer, Ventru, kinda bossing a bit. At least the Ventru girl, she was just a bit more quiet, so not as annoying, but quiet people are also a bit annoying, but whatever. So go there, we kill everyone. They are mostly incompetent in combat, like Stanislav just kept shooting with this shitty pistol from far away, like he's fucking good at more work. So I kill, incapacitate two of the targets. One of them manages to escape. I went after her alone because they are retards. When I was fighting her, she managed to get a very lucky shot on my head, so didn't manage to catch her. She just did the invisibility weird thing and just escape. So we started hunting around, trying to figure out where she was. And we managed to track her to like the supermarket place. I think it was tracking like the car she stolen. Again, the hacker contact, the very useful thing, and went to that place. He went to do some weird things, like broke the glass for the store, and then he went to argue with the security guard, think that trigger alarm or something. We were checking it outside, and the Malkavian did the weird invisibility thing.
Alright. I'm gonna stop you for a second here. This is an important bit. So he was acting erratically and doing crazy things before he ever encountered Luna.
Uh, I would say erratic, like they were pretty straightforward. I think he's just very impatient, and like the others weren't helping that much with the ideas.
Okay, but
And I was a bit fucked, so yeah, he's very impatient and like needed to be in control, taking the initiative.
would
Not
you
very.
be willing to swear to this if it ever came to a court case before the prince?
Hmm. Yeah, I like promise say the truth. My personal opinion, he was trying to be a leader and he has almost no experience on it. He was really struggling with his decisions.
Yes, yes. And no doubt
Don't
you
worry.
will recount all of this if you are called to present extenuating evidence.
Sure. No, no. Promise say the truth. Don't worry, get worse.
I have no personal investment on this. This is just more work for me. But go on.
Right. So yeah, the target, uh, she was around. I think like, or Malkavian managed to call her phone, or like they managed to see. No, they saw her through the cameras, right? And like she was in the back. We tried to go after her, but then the police appeared, and like Stanislav started to try to the mind trick with the police to make them go away from us and go after the target. Like just I don't know how that works, but actually it worked. But the target managed to flee again, and like she fled in the direction of the Malkavian outer domain, Luna, right? I think that's her name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so we went after. We were very smart because the streets are Prince domain, so we are all on our car just driving around, and our Malkavian managed to call her, speak with her. It We are going into her domain. We need to talk to her to ask permission. But she was.
It's like for the future, this may be important, and I'd rather do preventive measures than have to hunt someone down, and it's less work this way. You understand? Um, the intent of the streets being the prince's domain is so that you can pass through someone's domain when going somewhere else, not linger inside it going in circles.
Huh.
So while technically you are right, I doubt if it ever came to a court case the prince would see it that way.
Alright, right. Let me note it down. Just take a piece of paper, write with a shit
Wait a sec.
pencil.
Do you write down a lot of vampire business physically?
Not a lot. Usually I don't need to write
Okay.
down that much.
Here's what you're going to do. You are going to start repeating the things you want to remember to yourself 10 times. You'll write them down once and you'll immediately burn the paper because I know that writing it down can help you remember. But the writing can't keep on existing, and you'll burn all the notes you have.
Alright.
You can memorize them first, but burn them.
Okay.
Okay, go on.
Right. So
the poor fucking guy feels like he's teaching a special school right now.
not that wrong. Right, so managed to talk with her, and like things weren't like in the meeting. She was polite enough to talk with us. She wasn't really that happy with what we're doing. Kind of understandable. I don't consider myself a nice person. I did a lot of bad things. I think like she's one of those people that care about how, being a good person. So she politely asks us like to leave her place. You know, we all agreed. We're all about to leave. Like already in the car. She was just like talking to us through the window. But then out of nowhere, like Stanislav just decides, oh no, I don't want to leave. I want to look around here, and he just pulls his guns and points at her.
Okay, so we need to. I need you to confirm these three facts just so that we are absolutely clear. She asked you to leave her domain politely.
Yeah.
That was how it started. The rest of you are all going to leave,
Yes.
and Stanislav went for a weapon.
Yes.
And you will testify to this if necessary in front of the prince.
Yes.
All right. Excellent. I will take it deeply amiss if you get assassinated by the Tremere before this matter is resolved. Don't let that happen, okay?
Right.
They probably
Okay.
wouldn't over Stanislav, but be careful. They're Tremere.
Okay. I now understood what you meant by the context. All right.
All right, and what happened next?
Right. Well, I put my gun and pointed at his head, trying to, make him not to shoot an elder on her domain. I know that's not a smart idea. But then she just told us all to like leave with his mind power. Like it made me really just want to run away from that place. Kinda sad that the car like hit a fence and someone broke the back windshield to escape. Like it was a couple thousand zloty to fix it. And I don't know what happened after. He tried to do a call with all of us. I didn't pick up that call because I thought that he would probably be dead and it would be a angry elder with us, like just trying to tell us off about what happened. So I thought, oh, okay, if I don't pick up, I can be in a better position to apologize to what happened to her later.
All right. Well, I'm sorry about your car. To me, it sounds like the situation was provoked by Stanislav. We'll see how it goes. Maybe he can be compelled to pay for your repairs.
Yeah, I know. Leszek just smiles a bit. Oh, yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
After all,
Huh.
his breach of the traditions led to your property being damaged. It seems reasonable to me. But we'll see how this goes. No doubt they'll have their own counter arguments and excuses. And I must consider all sides.
Sure.
And that's how you incentivize a stupid Bruja to help with evidence for the prosecution.
He loves the sheriff.
It's like, what a cool guy! Like, why was I worried about the law, right?
Yeah, just walking back after his release. Leszek just going through the street is just to pass through. That won't work in court. Going through the streets is just to pass through. That won't work in court. Just counting to 10. Did it work? I don't know. try again tomorrow.
Okay. Excellent. Now we will get to the Matt. I see you. You know, it's the imperfection of witness testimony, right? And seeing just how bad it looks when it passes through someone else's brain is beautiful, isn't it?
To be fair, he didn't mention that I accused her publicly.
He didn't remember he has one intelligence. His brain's like a sieve.
Like, it was an important part.
I mean,
I'm
You
in
can.
Mass Effect, that's a very normal thing to ponder about, considering all the stuff. Like, yeah, going to her territory, it's reasonable, but you don't point a gun to the elder for that.
past and my character isn't even present.
See, here's the thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
the people figuring this out, they know that witness testimony is imperfect. Luckily, they have a total of 5 witnesses, 2 of which were directly involved in the thing. They're elders, so they don't count the ghoul. That's not a person, that's property. But there's something we forgot to do last session before we get into Stanislav's odyssey through the lands of crazy. Nyaxi, do you have a sin you're used to that lets you justify the murder you committed via Prince's hands?
No.
Then I would like a conscience roll, because surely that Malkavian is gonna die. So you have essentially murdered her by handing her over.
I feel very fucking bad about it, but you know, Mom wanted it.
You feel bad, so you do not get to commit sins for free for the sake of status. Okay, so Stanislav, you have had, honestly, first night, like the second night, they check in on you, see if you're still crazy. You're still crazy. The next 3 or 4 nights really suck for you, because they're Tremere. You don't waste an opportunity like that. You get spikes driven through your wrists and your feet as you're nailed in the middle of the ritual circle. They pass electricity through your body. They test your blood every night. They probe your mind. They try to dominate you. And they do the Tremere thing when they have a new phenomenon to study. They take copious notes and poke and prod you in all the ways they can, and it's a lot of different ways, because they're fucking Tremere. And the regent was like, yes, a chance to study the higher powers of dementation. This opportunity happens once a decade. My friends, we will not waste this chance. So, it is like a week later that Stanislav is, and they're not cruel, but it's a shit time all the same. So it'll ask you to subtract a singular willpower point for the amount of current willpower, for the amount of Tremere experimentation you've been through, because these have not been restful nights. You have a person that is an expert in electricity among the Tremere, and you have a person that's an expert in alchemy, one of who is your sire, right? So they have all kinds of electronic devices, injectors, mixers, etc., which they put to full employ to experiment on you. And see, they're trying to figure out what the connection between a vampire's mind and their body is, and how one can affect the other, and how it ties into your vitality. And they say they're trying to stimulate your blood to heal your mind. You suspect they're in league with the elders. But perhaps it works, because one night you wake up chained to the wall, couple of hours before the experimentation usually begins. And you're functional. You wake up and you know that like the last week is like a bad dream. You went a little crazy, you did some stupid shit, and then your own clan chained you in a basement and experimented on you in order to cure you. And either it wore off or it worked. Dan is loving this insight into clan from me. So, right now you're chained to the wall. Is there anything you wish to do before they arrive for the night's experiments?
I will think about what I've done.
Apparently you dueled the prince and defeated him. Also, you broke into a supermarket and did a lot of dominating for some weird reason to hack a Windows XP machine? You found
When
a
I
shadowy figure in a school in an elder's domain? What?
I will recall it the way I remember. I broke into the store to hack into its cameras to find out the person we were looking for. So that was still reasonable.
Uh-huh. So you go through in order to try and figure out where the crazy started.
Then I got rid of the cops, which is still fine. Then I publicly accused an elder in treason, which was stupid but sane, but very stupid. Then my teammates didn't support my claim and ran away.
Like cowards. But would they really run away like cowards? Because Lezek took out 2 vampires almost on his own. So, like, would that person run away from, like, a goth girl? That's probably a hallucination. You must have been crazy by then.
Yeah.
I'm
Then I
just trying to
somehow,
create enough uncertainty so you understand how certain
yeah.
Stanislav can be of his own mind right now.
Then I somehow fought an elder to a stalemate, which is not possible. You because my fighting skills are not a lot.
Oh, you had your ghoul with you. Or did you?
Actually, what happened to my ghoul? I have memories that he was wounded, but
Uh-huh.
I need to check upon him later.
Clink, 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 the chains refuse to release you.
Okay, now I need to persuade my captors that I'm sane again.
Mm-hmm. You hear the door leading to the first floor open and someone start coming down the stairs whistling slightly. And you see your sire coming in with a ghoul following him. It's his lab assistant. He just, keeps whistling, walks over to the side of the basement, picks up a hose, walks towards you, covers the opening with his thumb partially, turns to the lab assistant, turn it on, let's clean him off, and just starts spraying you.
I wait till he finishes.
Okay. He takes his time, but yeah, it's done in like 5 minutes. He, goes over you. Okay. Turns to the lab assistant. Why don't you go upstairs and get 2 of the guards? Let's secure the specimen. lab assistant walks upstairs and he just looks around you. Would you like to try and dominate me against Stanislav? You said
No,
last time that you had defeated the prince and that you had claimed his power without having to drink his blood because you're just that good at magic. And that generational limits no longer apply to you. So
I wait till he finishes and then I tell him. I remember this. My memories doesn't make sense to me. I think the whatever Malkavian elder did to me wears off.
he goes to like the side of the room, just like spins a combination on like a safe, pulls out a leather-bound notebook, one of the really fancy old-fashioned ones, flips it open. Day 3 claims that he was dominated to act crazy and that the regent's domination had broken the previous command. Flips to the next page. Day 4 claims that the insanity has left his mind and through his willpower he has reconstructed his sanity. Day 5, oh, 3 attempts on this to claim that you're sane. Oh, dearie me, snaps it shut. No, I'm afraid it won't be quite that easy, Stanislav. You see, I don't believe you. Oh, actually, although, would you care to elaborate on your argumentation for this one? Day 8 claims that he cannot trust his memories and that they're crazy. Claims the crazy must have worn off. Tries to place blame on Elder Luna. If you pop out an eyeball, Dan, I swear to God.
I just tell him that since they conducted all those experiments, you can testify to tell the truth. Continue with your, like, how to put it, put me through your electrical machine and check the results.
We have a different experiment for you today. Walks up to you, close enough to whisper. See, I think, and Victor thinks, we think that there is a bind between the mind and the blood, because how else would our powers work? Which means that the connection can be forced to go in the other direction. After all, what is thaumaturgy if not hacking the natural properties of the blood? See, you're Tremere. Your blood is already wired to go the wrong way, as it were. If you believe, if your beast truly believes you're going to die, it will heal your mind. So that the regent is gonna boil your blood slowly tonight to force you to heal yourself. Nancy, if we're talking about Clad Tremere, this is the old world. How do you think a chantry in the old world works? There's none of this. We're all kind of okay guys in here. Shit that you sometimes see in the new world. They're within spitting distance of Vienna. You could walk to Vienna.
I think the most sane thing to do right now is to let them do it.
That's aggravated damage.
Okay, I have another one. Mm,
Oh, you're absolutely terrified, by the way. His intimidation attempt is a great success. It sounds like a slow, painful, torturous death.
I asked him before he tried to murder me. Check if I, check my mind on an electrical machine. It's a request.
How would we check your mind on an electrical machine?
I mean, you have all those devices. You
Vampires
can,
don't produce ECG waves. If you had studied properly with me, you would know that.
just straight up dominate me and make me ask your okay and make me answer your questions truthfully.
Here are more footsteps from upstairs approaching. Yeah, we tried that. That's how we caught your lies previously. Part of it.
So try it again if it works.
I don't know if I want to, honestly. I have so many fun experiments planned. I suppose I could. I could. We could. But if it hasn't worn off by now, she probably nailed your puny neonate brain pretty fucking good. Why did you decide to fuck with an elder Malkavian anyway? He flips over the journal to write down your lie again. And it's like good 15-20 pages that have been written down. Like all the crazy shit you say, they've been writing down in like a bullet point form, just like so they can keep track and catch inconsistencies, try and see patterns in how your mind works now.
I will take them the truth. Because she was hiding the target we were looking for.
And not because she was plotting to destroy you before you could take over the city together with the prince.
I wasn't trying to take over the city.
Hear the regent from like the stairway. Gregor, I prefer if you don't start without me. Give me a charisma expression at 6. Because it sounds like you're trying to make a logical argument and trying to act sane.
So 7. Okay. Roll. 7 dice on difficulty 6. 5 successes.
Okay. So, Reginald just motions for Gregor to approach. Gregor starts, whispering to him really quietly, reporting. And I'm assuming you can still hear me. Reginald just nods, glances at you with that evaluating look, stands in front of you. All right, Stanislav, report. And you remember him telling you to report many times over these past few days. Gregor, by the way, has flipped over the journal ready to cross-reference with the other information they've extracted to see if you're...
I tell them the whole story the way I remember it.
No, of course you told it through the lens of you're crazy. Of course, they're just trying to, they want to reference it against what you've said previously, just in case.
So the reason why So we were trying to catch the last target. I walked into the a store to look through its cameras, trying to find my target. I hmm, I dominated the security guard to give me access to the cameras. Then I used my hacker tool to hack the operating system and find the car, the target's car. Then I dominated the police officer to make him chase our target. Make them. That sounded like an idea how. So to make it look like not but my target did it. Break into the store. So I altered his memories. Then we went to Malkavian Elder's territory. She was really insistent on like it was obvious that she was nervous, so that we got out. Then I publicly accused her in. Then it was obvious by her expression to me that she hides her target. Then I publicly accused her in hiding her target. Afterwards, I shot her, and my comrades ran away. Then we had a duel with an elder. It ended in a stalemate. Mm-hmm. Then things went crazy. Then I went to the hospital to see my wounded ghoul. There I dueled the prince. There I seen my ghoul wounded. Afterwards, I returned to the champion. And you caught me. That's it.
Alright. So the way this goes from then on, it's like you spend like 2 hours where they aren't boiling your blood, with them going over your story, asking you what about things you said previously, like what do you think about this now, and then they leave you in the dark. And it's yeah, they leave like you like that for the rest of the night. And then the next night, the experiments don't start at the usual time, but maybe an hour after the experiments would start. It's not one of your fellow Tremere that walk into the basement, but Luna.
Quick reminder, Luna is that
That's the elder that fucked you, yeah. My. Would you look at that? Chained to a wall like an animal.
It was your, like, how to put it, cowardly plan to let
Is that
Stremir
how
deal
you
with me.
want to play it? Really? I might not play a lot of politics these days, but I have enough friends left in this city to get rid of someone like you if I really have to. Do you really want it to go like this?
No.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
thought so.
things can get worse from here.
Oh, honey. Oh, my dear sweet summer child. And yes, she does actually know that reference. Honey, if you persist with this attitude, I'm gonna do to you what D&D did to Season 8.
What do you want from me?
I want you to fuck off and not be a problem for me ever again. I want you to forget that the side of the city where my domain exists, even exists. That part of Gdansk is no longer there for you, okay? You can come. I'll pay my boon, I pay my debts. Like any proper member of Cameral should. You'll get your discipline training. And then we're done. You're not gonna make any more problems for me after that. You're not gonna speak of
I don't
anything you
see
saw in
how
my
I can.
domain. You're not gonna make any accusations. We're just gonna tell the sheriff that we have resolved our matters between ourselves, and we are gonna. This is simply going to go away.
Agree. Agreed.
You see, I wouldn't even be able to be in here if your regent didn't agree with me. He too wants this to go away because he, unlike you, understands what a colossal fuck up to provoke a situation like this it was in the first place. Okay, good. I think I see in your eyes that you do finally understand. That is good. Means I don't have to go any further with this. You wasted a week of my time. A week I could have spent enjoying myself or doing something productive. Instead, I had to spend it on your shit. On interviews, in talking with monsters. None of which I wanted to do. Don't do that again. Okay?
Okay.
Good. I'm gonna pull out like a business card and push it into your tattered clothing. Phone number. Call it when you're ready to receive your training. Within the next month, I want to get this started so we can be done with this. Goodbye, whatever your rank would be, I suppose. Alright, apprentice. Which circle are you? Ah, you're popular, you're important to the region. Must be 5th or 6th, right? And the intermediate ranks, you are like a apprentice of the 5th circle out of 7. I'm so glad we could understand each other. Goodbye. She just walks for the stairway without looking back. Later that night, they let you out of the chains.
First order of business. I check on my body. Okay, I check with my butler. I want to ask him about the status of my ghouls.
Okay, here it's interesting because they have had Tremere show up and dominate them to answer truthfully about your dealings, especially on that night. They have been thoroughly interrogated. Your bodyguard has been transferred to your home 2 nights ago to continue recovering on his own, but he's still weak. Like, he's had blood transfusions, but it was a huge shock to his system being drained like that. He's not healthy yet. Other than that, there are like no long-term ill effects. Oh, other than the Tremere now knowing for sure where you live, and even if you had changed your addresses since you inherited everything you inherited from your parents. And we're going to say that Elysium is a little later than. Actually, no, we're going to say that this happens in the next Elysium after that. So, the Elysium at the Grand Arsenal happens. You three are able to meet up and discuss while Stanislav is still chained to a wall. Do you wish to meet up or do anything in Elysium before we get to the big meeting? Looks like not. So I will say that there is some talk about how you took out the targets, but no official pardon has been granted for any crimes committed during that hunt, so there must be some kind of a problem that the bosses are still looking into. So you are not immediately pardoned for your diablerie in the first Elysium afterwards.
No.
Do you want to discuss among yourselves now?
I'm too stupid to understand that.
Ethan isn't. Hen is fine the way she is. Like, who, me? I committed no crimes. I just got a target. What am I, their keeper? Listen, if you want me to snitch, I'll snitch. You don't need to pressure me. Okay. In that case, yes. The another week passes. I think that's enough time that everyone can reset their willpower to full. I don't think anyone's missing more than like 2 points at most.
Yeah, could I like take the days necessary to real my ag damage?
How much do you have? 1 point?
1.
Yeah, no, it's 100% healed. So, Elysium comes around. This time it will be at the St. Mary's Cathedral, which is the Seneschal's place, now that I have my own positions straightened out. And yeah, the prince is gonna stand behind the altar with the Seneschal, and this time he will speak for himself, and the Seneschal will demand, in the politest way possible, that Ethan Black, Lezek, and Stanislav should please step forward.
Lezak tries his best to step forward, but there are a lot of crosses here. He's scared.
There's a big one behind you. What is the roll for that?
I'm trying to look.
Because I think it might have been a willpower. And Stanislav, at this point you can have your ghoul with you, but he's gonna be at 1 dice penalty for his actions. He's up and about, but he's not at 100%.
Wait. Fought by crosses at 3 point, not
No,
a 2 point.
I will have him recover instead, so he will not be with me.
Okay, so it's your butler outside, probably waiting in a car for you, or with you in here.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah, it's willpower at 9 to not flee from the symbol.
okay, so Yeah, and this is holy ground. If you would make the roll.
Yeah, and I have an extra point because it's a 3-point flaw, not a 2-point. I noted it down wrong.
Okay, we can look into that in a second. So you step forward. The prince looks you over.
I'll be spending a willpower point on this.
And then it's automatic. You don't need to roll. Because you just need one.
Alright. I try to avoid looking at the cross, a bit shaky.
Okay. Well, the prince will probably interpret it as justified fear of being in front of him, so that actually plays into your hands. Just looks over all of you. Ethan Black.
My prince.
For the crime of committing the amaranth in the pursuit of our royal will, you are hereby pardoned. Lezek, for the crime of committing the amaranth in the pursuit of our royal will, you are hereby pardoned. Stanislav, for the crime of committing a masquerade breach in the pursuit of our royal will. There's a pause, and just as you know these social games, you've lived this your whole life, he's letting you know that he does not approve. You are pardoned.
Ooh,
You
I
may
bow.
step back.
I happily flee from the cross.
Ethan's just casually walking back because he's not done anything wrong.
Well, technically you have, it's just that the prince gave his word that you would be pardoned. So it looks bad if he doesn't. Luna of Clan Malkavian, if you would step forward. Luna walks out of the crowd. Of the crime of committing a masquerade breach and an unjustified attack on a member of the Camarilla, we find you blameless. Luna bows and withdraws. Hannah Steinmeier, if you would step forward.
I step out.
Our congratulations on your great success in the blood hunt. Your service to the city has been noted.
I bow.
That is all. Please, my good friends, enjoy the evening and good company. You're just like, what the fuck is he calling me for? What did I do? What the fuck did I do? There are like ghouls that sort of approach all four of you and tell you that you should not depart, that there will be another announcement regarding you later this evening. So I'll give you like one chance to do something before that happens. Like, you don't want to overload the announcements all at once unless you're trying to overwhelm the crowd. You need to let people digest, discuss, make alliances, decide how they feel about things. Settle down. So, what do? You can't just meet up and discuss what the fuck just happened.
Let's actually just in the corner further away from all the crosses in the church.
Ethan is just seeing if he sees his sire, see if he's angry. If not, he'll allow any other kindred or other participants to approach him.
Okay.
Stanislav looks for someone to approach him. Can you, as a DM, say if anyone approaches him?
It appears that people are willing to exchange polite greetings with you, but they don't linger to actually talk with you. The prince made it public that you did a poo-poo, so being seen with you is kind of a bad thing right this second.
So I try to avoid attracting attention. More attention.
The prince finally noticed you. That's a good thing, right? See, I think, Matt, you are having a crash course in what power looks like in the Camarilla right now.
Yeah.
I'm an agent of the prince, you will respect me and Mr. Colton Wesson. Now, if we were playing a Sabbat game, you would have had her dead to rights. But an hour passes. The seneschal steps up to the altar again. Clink, 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 clink. Against a glass of... it probably is fresh blood. This is the Camarilla, or it's something that the Tremere have made. Dear guests, if you would, the prince, in his generosity after considering the evening's events, has decided on another gesture that should be made. If I could have your attention for a moment. And the prince walks up to the altar again. It is always heartening to see the new generation of neonates learning their responsibility and their place in our noble society. And I have always believed that hard work and competence should be appropriately rewarded. Therefore, we have decided that Ethan Black, Lezek, Stanislav, and Hannah Stanmeyer should be granted the domain that was previously held by the neonates who were blood-hunted due to their egregious crimes against our society, in the hopes that they may further their education in their responsibilities to the Camarilla and serve the city as new and noble guardians of the Masquerade that protects us all. There is murmurs and polite applause as everyone looks, at the four of you to step forward and say thank you for being handed a suicide mission. Or, it depends on how bad whatever is there is, of course, but... Congratulations, you win. Now go clean up this mess. This is a reward, you know.
Yeah, totally a reward. Less I think it is.
To be so young and hold domain, even if it's a group domain, that's you're winning. You're doing the social climbing thing. You are a Promethean. You are a Promethean Bruja. I'm a true member of a high clan.
I have land. I have authority. It's going perfect.
Okay. So, which of you wants to make a speech? Now, there's two of you who can speak up without people going, gasp. They dare to speak without being there to ask their question. And there were a few moments when you spoke up like that time. It was just like you heard someone go when you actually open your mouth.
If no one wants, I can take a speech.
Wait, do we need to do a speech? Like in
Well, the
character
prince
asking?
is waiting for you to say yes, we accept, thank you, etc. You know, like he's.
Oh. No, don't worry, guys. I'm a musician. I'm good at presentations like this.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Hannah, you see Gertrude just from the crowd to the side going, gesturing it.
Fine, fine. I'll
Let's
step
stop
out.
him! Stop him! Stop him! Don't let him! Not him! What are you doing? Stop him! Speak up!
Yeah, I'll step out of the crowd. Thank you, Prince. That is very generous. We are, of course, grateful for this opportunity.
Of all the members of your new coterie, I have the greatest confidence in an upcoming member of my own clan, Hannah.
I think my part about that. Thank you for your trust.
I know you won't fail me. There's just the slightest look of an implied threat at the end of that.
I give a
Don't
curt bow.
fuck up, you know? Bacon, I see you're happy to be in a city that's properly run for once.
yep. Come on, my character's not that bad. Like, he has charisma. He can be eloquent when necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the problem is that you're not just someone with no status, you're Bruja.
I mean, it's a high clan. That's all the Bruja tell me.
Yes, and they... they are definitely high clan Bruja. You, the jury's still out. And that seems to be enough. Someone has acknowledges the prince's generosity. He has once again shown that Hannah is in favor, and that Clan Ventro is the only one that came out of this not looking like shit. You know, given your various crimes. So, all is as it should be. And yes, even the prince plays games like this, Matt. This is the glory that is the Camarilla. You're supposed to hate it. It's meant to be hated. The
It's
system is
perfectly-
about half of the adversary. It's half of it is whatever you're fighting, and the other half is the system you're part of.
I mean, honestly, better than a normal national congress.
Yeah, no, the prince is definitely old enough to remember all these advisory parliaments that went to shit. Like, he's old enough to remember the fucking Commonwealth and the veto power everyone had. So, you may gather and discuss among yourselves on how the fuck you are going to manage your brand new group domain.
Yeah, actually, just right. Guys, have any idea what to do with those apartment blocks? Like, we have to keep them close, right?
First of all, we need to list what kind of apartments we have. So, what do we have? First of all,
And
None of them are completed. There is one building that has the frame completed, but the interior work isn't finished. It's reached the point where they've put in the windows, but the interior work on the rooms isn't done. One
I
has
have
half of
some
the frame finished, and one has only foundations dug out.
I'm a bit of a question outside of the how much wealth we need to reconstruct them.
Well, if you put all your resources into this project like someone else did, you could probably manage it.
Yeah,
And
but like again, out of character, you should remember that they were blood hunted because they were trying to finish building it,
despite
and
something
there were
trying to drive off the construction workers, presumably.
yes, yeah, there's something there that's causing Masquerade breaches,
Hmm.
and they're hurrying off to finish it is what causing people noticing it.
Hey, so those buildings are probably pretty high, like at least 15 floors. Assume 3 apartments per floor. That's 45, at least 100,000 euros per apartment. When sold, if this were finished and you took legal possession for it, you could, well, with what it would take to finish it, you could earn maybe, I don't know, at least half million to million euros if all of them were sold. Just as a quick maths at the minimum gain. And these are like luxury apartments, so presumably this might be enough if enough time passed to help push you into the 4 resources range. But you would have to remove whatever is Masquerade breaching this thing and take over the company and finish financing it, and you know. So
So I have some finance.
there's legal challenges and supernatural challenges to turning this into a
Uh,
money mine.
first of all, we need to get rid of the whatever whatever caused the masquerade breach. Actually, here's a. Can someone ask, since I fucked up, I cannot do it myself, so can one of you ask your superiors what exactly caused masquerade breach?
How
Hmm.
would they know? They just know that shit was breaching and appearing in tabloids.
Like we heard it was in like the papers. We just go there and check. Don't you have like uh the weather vision thing? Whatever it's called.
Yes, we'll just have to do a rundown of the property. If anything happens to us, then we'll have a better idea of what we're dealing with. However, I also suggest that we deal with not allowing the masquerade breaches to happen again and make sure the property is secure and no one enter the property, i.e., the mortals causing the breach.
Look,
So we'll have to invest in some sort of security.
here's the idea. What if we do the opposite? Like people are going to try to go in, like abandoned apartments. They're fucking great. You can do a lot of things there.
Like
What if
trusts.
we organize the people that just want to illegally go in there ourselves? So make sure that everyone is very high and like whatever happens there, it's just crazy people and gets ignored. So if the news come out, it's just like, oh, some I don't know, some black metal bands are playing there and doing fights with lots of cocaine. Normal things that people don't suspect.
You're gonna need to make arrangements with someone who can get the police to ignore reports about this shit or respond real slow or give you advance warning or something.
That's
Hmm.
too smart for him. He thinks we just work out. The police just ignores that from his experience. Like,
I think I can
I,
manage.
I know, I happen to know some bands that could play there. We set up like this illegal bar place, very fancy, like, the ambiance is already right.
We should make sure to see what it is first. The prince is very peculiar about upholding the masquerade.
Right, yeah.
And when's the
Just,
last time you can remember someone dying to hunters in this city? The answer is not in a long fucking time.
yeah, I guess we need to go check it out.
Well, it's yours now. You can go whenever. In fact, the prince has proclaimed it. One of you has accepted it. It's yours. If something is happening in there right now, it's already your responsibility.
I guess we might as well have a look.
Can you imagine? You take possession and forensics determined that it happened half an hour after you took possession while you were still at Elysium. And there's the sheriff loading a shotgun. It's like, shame.
Honestly, that's a pretty good way to deal with annoying people. You just like, oh, we suspect that this ghost hunting team is about to enter this place. My prince, they are planning for 2 days. We need to give that piece of land to someone you hate.
Yeah, then you select for neonates who are like, oh, I couldn't make it to Elysium, I'm so sorry. Oh, my call is glitching out as they're rushing towards what they know is gonna be there to me. Just like on a motorcycle, click accept call. Yes, my princess, they're screeching into the parking lot. Yes, I accept, thank you so much. Alright, so the butler drives you over towards the domain.
No, I drive myself.
Oh, you drive yourself. You still, you know what? Sure, Stanislav. A ghoul presents you on the way out with a repair bill. It comes. You know what? They probably. I don't know what's appropriate. Let's say it comes down in euros to about 1,600 ish. Rear windshield, bumper, some paintwork.
After what happened, my self-esteem came so low that I just paid this one.
Okay.
Would it cost? Is it enough to cost me a
I would
point
say
of?
not.
Yeah.
It's just a humiliation thing. Like if this kept happening, eventually it would, but not just one.
If you had like only one resource, then maybe
Yeah, then
yes,
it
it
would
would be noticeable.
definitely. Yeah,
Yeah.
that the amount of resource have. It's not just the ticks you can spend, but the magnitude of how big those purchases can be changes.
Hmm.
It's kind of the same as status. Hannah can speak when spoken to. You're allowed to speak upon your own. And the others, like even answering back to the prince, was like, "Oh, how dare! The audacity!" But okay, you drive yourself. Who's willing to trust Stanislav in the car, and who's driving with Leszek? With Leszek it is, I see.
Actually, I'm considering taking my own car
Okay, then you take your own car.
because I don't want to sleep where we're going necessarily.
I bring my ghoul too, and he's driving me.
Okay. Oh, where's the...
Right. Leszek on the first stoplight. Leszek is going to try to challenge any of you to a street race. Who accepts?
I'm not racing you.
Disappointing.
Does this work? How the fuck do I switch to GM layer now? Like, what the fuck is...
There should be a button, I think.
Oh, now it works. What the fuck? Okay. I'm just shit at navigating Roll20 now, apparently, because they changed all the fucking things. But you make a little convoy. So each of you is taking their own vehicles, such as they are. So you drive up to the construction site. It's closed, private property, video surveillance, police line covering like all the openings, and it's just like a couple police signs up. Crime scene, do not enter. You know, just stuff slapped all over it, and it does look like the work has been shut down. At least the lights are still on. But your cars are pretty much the only ones here, probably, when you are parked next to it. It's maybe like one. Well, let's say there's two. There's one that looks like it has been driven in the past couple days, and one that you can see the grass growing up around the tires that's been there for a while.
Ooh, what model?
It's you know what? Let's do this properly. It's an old Zaporozhets. It's like a Soviet era car. So at this point, it's probably one of the latest ones that was released in the Soviet Union. So it's like nearly 40 years old now.
Mm-hmm. Classic, just pass through it. Mm. If I manage to get this one, put a V12 inside.
The site, to all intents and purposes, appears to be closed. Now, who's our resident Masquerade expert?
We need to deal with the cameras, I think.
You theoretically have access to the server.
I'm more worried about other people having access to the server.
Sure thing, but you still have to log on. Unless someone's changed the access on you. But Nexi, you're our Masquerade expert. You did the best in the blood count. Likelihood die. 1d10. Let's see how likely something is. Okay. How do you wish to proceed? In theory, it's closed off, but the place where, the gates were broken and none of that shit has been repaired. It's just police line dragged across, and that's it. You can just duck under it. The construction site beckons you with the charm of a recently abandoned building, and who knows what treasures may be hidden inside. And this is like 1 a.m., it's the middle of the night, as the kids say, so.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to worry about the camera recordings at some point, but shall we head in for now?
Indeed.
Alright, so you proceed inside. So, what part of the site do you want to go to?
I don't know what we would be looking for. I'm like not a very awareness strong character.
Okay. I guess that's where I pop in, maybe.
Well, I need you to decide what route you're taking, right? You can let the resident experts take the lead.
Or we should go easier to hardest or hard. No, hardest to easy. We go to the one it's full, right? So we have to climb everything, check out the rooms. Then we go to the half done. Then to teach us started.
Okay.
Seems smart.
Okay.
Does anyone have any other seeing powers they wish to activate? Otherwise, I shall.
The more the merrier, right? I have anything. No, I don't have anything, so just with you.
You can
Okay, please
activate
do not.
both Auspex and Protean at once, because Auspex, it makes it a little easier to see in the dark, right? Protean just
Right.
cuts through it, because dark still bothers you. We can't wave it with high levels of Auspex a lot in past campaigns, but yeah,
Sounds
you
good.
have perfect dark vision essentially. Thanks
Okay,
very
please do not yell very loud while I'm activating these powers or anything like that. I proceed to activate the eyes and the Auspex powers.
You see your sire's obfuscate pierced by your sight as he puts a finger over his lips, half transparent, next to you.
I get a flashlight out of my car.
Wow!
I can't see in there.
But
Hold
if
on a
you
moment,
shine it
guys.
into someone's eyes so you can see their eyes to dominate them, then they can't see your eyes, which means that you don't have eye contact anyway. So what's the point, Nyaxi?
I just don't have to shine in their face.
Really?
I turn to the
Premier tricks?
and ask, "How do I look, guys?" And make sure to point out my eyes.
His eyes are It starts like as a faint glimmer, and it's just like coals in a brazier lighting up. They just almost burn with a red glow, like a coal that's being blown on.
Yeah, we definitely will need those camera recordings deleted.
And a pair of sunglasses.
Wow. You're one of those cunts, huh?
Well, he's a Camarilla guy.
Okay, so you climb the building. Perception, alertness, difficulty 5.
Just checking my things again.
Right, you're off doing your thing, right, Bacon? Right, he won this. Okay. You hear faintly, almost at the edge of your hearing, the sound of... Like you feel the air passing through this building. Something's still open to the air, right? And you faintly, as you reach like floor 12 out of 15 or 16, the faint sound of very faint music coming from one of the rooms. Someone's doing like a metal growl. But it's faint, like normal hearing wouldn't pick it up. And you smell something. No, it's not tobacco, it's something else. Some kind of a smoke, something's burning. Oh, right, you were stationed in the Netherlands briefly, you know what that is.
Okay.
You, do you wish to approach?
Well, why not? But then I deactivate the eyes.
Okay.
That's like...
Slowly peek in, enter apartment, creep, closer, creep. It's one of the rooms that has a balcony. You see the back of someone's head and a glowing coal of like a cigarette of some kind. And big ass headphones on. As someone is just like, you peek around, yeah, they're sitting on a paint bucket. Their feet are up on the railing of the balcony. They're looking out onto the sea, smoking weed and listening to metal.
Okay, before I say anything, I'll aura perception them to see what they are.
Okay, difficulty 8. Perception plus aspects. I mean, that does sound like something a vampire would do, just like casually sit there and...
Blah.
The aura is bright, not pale like a vampire's.
Ah, so human then?
Presumably, yes. Could be an awakened mage and you're about to be a lawn chair. Could be Fae and you're about to say goodbye to your balls for 100 years.
I'll motion for the other guys to approach behind me, and I'll say good evening.
He doesn't hear you. You hear the music shift. He pulls his feet down and just starts pumping his fist into the air.
He wants to knock me off the side with a magic power. Poof. Anyway, I'll just stand in front of him and go, hi.
Okay, you go around, just jumps and just like ends up clutching at the railing, like. What the fuck is it? Pulls it down. Dude, what the fuck? Who the fuck are you?
Oh, I'm just some investigator. Who are you, my good sir?
Mate, fuck off. There's plenty of open apartments.
Open, eh?
Are you fucking cop?
Maybe. Why are you here this evening? Are you just here for shelter?
You see now that he's like 16 or 17. He has his hair painted black and like down to his chin. He has that kind of like a hairdo. And he has that pale teenager, I'm such a rebel vibe. Okay, buddy. I know how he works. He pulls out the wallet and just pulls out like, I don't know what's like the equivalent of 20 euros. I'm nearly done with the album. I'm gonna fuck off in a moment. Just leave me alone for 15 minutes, okay? Okay, goodbye. Bye. He starts pushing you up to the balcony with one hand, like.
Okay. I'll take the money, but do be sure not to come back here. It is a hazard here to your health, and we would not be responsible if anything happened. But have you seen anything before I go?
Nope.
Hmm.
What am I
Okay,
supposed to
then
do?
I'll
I didn't
leave.
see anyone using drugs in here. This place is empty. Takes
Just
a
empty?
drag on his weed cigarette. He doesn't blow the smoke in your face because you did say you were police. He blows it out in the air, but.
Well, at least he's somewhat smart to do that then. Okay, I'll just leave and notify. Oh, I'd like to get Hannah to dominate him as I leave, I think. Just to get out of here.
Tell Nyaxi what you want Hannah to do. In character.
Yeah. Hey, Hannah, we got a kid here. He ain't enough. He hasn't seen anything yet, so could we get rid of this guy with your talents?
He's literally gonna leave in 15 minutes, like, dude.
And have you tried telling the kid to leave?
He says he is going to leave. However, I'd like him to not know of anything. He's not seen anything here, including us. Or is your dominate not powerful enough to change someone's mind that much?
I just don't subscribe to the heavy-handed approach when it comes to dominate that was used by our coterie last time. And he's just a kid. Let's cycle through the rest of the building. If he's still here and we come back, I'll fix it up. But I'd rather, he's probably just gonna think you're a security guard.
Well, that's okay. I just wish to save your humanity. However, mine is mind that humanity does not care that much.
I will do it, guys. I my actually thing I'm used to doing is rewriting people's memories, so it will not reduce my humanity.
Yeah, I'm aware you're very trigger happy on that.
I will come to the guy. Chris, I need you to make a roll for me.
Mm-hmm.
I want to rewrite his memories in a way that he forgets about this place.
It's gonna be hard while he's still in this place.
Okay, there will be. Okay, I will split it in two roles. First of all, roll to command him to get out of this place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I.
If you roll well on get out, he's
No,
gonna get out
get inside of my
immediately.
car. Here is an idea. Get inside of my car and follow me. That's the command. Then we drive him to some my butler drives him to a remote place, and then I remove his memories about this place, me, our group, and everything relevant.
Okay,
Is that okay?
Matt, let me ask you, why go through so much trouble? The kid says he's gonna leave in 15 minutes because he thinks you're security or cops or whatever. He probably gets chased out of places all the time by security.
Yeah, so I guess the plan was okay, I'll just do nothing then. Yeah, it's pointless.
I mean, you can side with Ethan here, but I think Ethan might be a tad. Well, I think Ethan doesn't want him to remember that you guys were here. That's the big part. So, I just like driving him out to the middle of the woods is kind of pointless.
Okay, so I do nothing then.
All right. Then you continue climbing, and you reach the roof of the building, and it's quite a spectacular view in that. Yeah, it's dark and it's kind of fucking cold, but you have a clear view of the sea here, and like the city lights are all behind you, so they don't get in the way, and it's kind of nice. Then, if you would, a perception awareness check at 6. Yeah, one time when you glance behind you, you think you see some kind of a movement. But when you go back to check, you don't see anything.
I guess I head in that direction, but that I sense to that.
Okay, in that case, you go out on the roof, see nothing. Dan stops in the stairwell, glances behind, and starts walking back downwards. Or not Dan, sorry, Ethan.
Like back on the stairs?
Yeah, like he turns around and starts walking downstairs.
Guess follow him with some distance, and maybe he picked something up, who knows?
You're just gonna follow me and I'm Bloodhound.
Okay. So, you're down 2 floors when you hear like the sound of metal grinding on metal briefly and something sliding it sounds like it's coming from like probably one of the side rooms, like the direction of the sound, but sounds like it's far off. And then moments later you hear the sound even further away of glass shattering.
Is it all on the same floor?
No, the glass shattering is further. Presumably you rush to check, you lean out, and below you and off a little to one side, you see that far below, the side of the balcony has crashed to the ground and shattered, and the kid is hanging off on the side, just like scratching at the concrete and just like, help, help, fuck, help. It's like 2 floors
Okay.
below you.
Since I employ Bacon's character to celerity down while he can't see you and save the kid, I suppose. Is that because he won't be able to see it and deactivate it as it goes?
Okay. I'm gonna make a strength athletics roll for him. I think that is appropriate. And yeah, he pulls the kid up. The kid is willing to do as he's told, so he's contained for the moment. You look at the side, there's the paint bucket there where he was sitting, and the balcony, which was secured by like big screws, like proper, the thick ones, the ones that can actually take some weight. There's probably like 8 of them on 2 supports each. So 16 screws in total. All of them have been unscrewed and neatly piled next to the supports so that the glass side would give way. And the kid his weight was on the side and he just started sliding when it came loose. That's what it looks like.
That's good information. I'll also make sure to collect the bolts.
Mm-hmm. They are now collected. I see the wheels turning, Diaxi. You're intrigued, aren't you?
And what?
Interested?
Intrigued. Yeah, I'm thinking about what to will feed the kid instead of what happened.
And you are now down one of those plate glass balconies. Or at least the front panel of it has, been unscrewed and shattered far below. But you have collected the evidence. How do you wish to proceed?
I guess we'll have someone escort the kid off site first, as we collect someone who's not here, I guess.
I'll take the kid down and dominate him.
Very good. I guess we'll continue the investigation, see if we find any items, belongings, or that kind of like as well.
Okay. There's one of those mixing trays for paint, which has been used as an ashtray. It does not smell like tobacco ash. And there are maybe 5 cigarette butts in there of the self-rolled kind. And they look to be of varying ages, some recent, some perhaps days old.
and they don't give off anything. Okay, I'll go search for anything else I find.
You don't have spirit's touch, I assume. That would be the surest way to try and get something out of an object.
Right. Yeah, nothing too strong, so yeah.
Shame, should have specialized fully in auspex, huh?
Done.
Night Axie, what do you tell the kid as you go downstairs, or do you just tell him nothing? Because it's Lizek and Ethan kind of make sense. But we're just cops or we're just security doesn't really kind of fit anymore.
Yeah, I'm planning on rewriting his mind.
Okay, well he's gonna want to know about halfway down, who are you guys anyway?
We're like private investigators hired by the owners of this property.
Oh, I heard the place closed.
Yes, exactly. There was some kind of criminal ring that was apparently using the construction site at night.
Yeah, no, like, did you see that thing just completely gave way? Like, no shit, I think they stole all the money and this place isn't safe. You shouldn't be in here either. Like, fuck this place.
Yeah, let's just get out of it for now. I mean, it seems like the construction is very poorly done. And you know how it is, sometimes some of the construction money goes into different pockets. I'm sure you get it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, like, shit. Fuck, this is the kind of shit my parents would do. Anyway, he's just, as you're, going out on the first floor, he just like pulls out a smartphone, starts, I'm gonna call my cousin to come pick me up.
I dominate him. Let's first talk a little more about
What happened here
this.
tonight?
What happened here tonight, yeah.
What kind of a memory do you want to alter tonight's events to? Or do you just want to make him forget?
I want to alter it like this. Everything was the same up to when he met Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
There was like a big security guard who told him to fuck off and was kind of mean to him.
Uh-huh.
With like a strong Russian accent. And then the kid kind of decided in a spur of a moment, just fuck this guy. And he decided to cause a little trouble, noticed that the balcony was barely screwed on, and kind of unscrewed the last thing with a screwdriver or whatever that he found in the abandoned building.
Okay.
And then he was escorted, caught after it fell down and escorted out.
Okay. Sure, I think that is close enough to count as minor alterations. So you need 3 successes at difficulty 3.
Okay, what's the roll again? It's wits dominate?
Yes, I think it's with subterfuge normally.
Okay, I'll spend a willpower point just to make this stink. 6 successes.
Okay. He snaps out. Okay, shit. I'm calling someone to pick me up. Okay, I'm going. Okay, just starts backing away. I'm going.
Yeah, of course.
I'm gone. I don't want any trouble. I'm going.
Yeah, just run it, kid.
Yeah, he just sort of, just keeps backing out. There's just gets outside the territory and just waits on the other side of the street while he's calling someone. And that.
Okay, I'll keep watch to make sure he gets picked up before I get back in and look for the others.
It's gonna take a while.
Okay, I'll wait at least 15 minutes and then go up.
He's not gonna be picked up in 15 minutes.
Yeah, just, making sure that he has the that it's stuck.
Mm-hmm. It seems to have, yeah.
Okay, then I get back up there. I'll see where the others are.
All right. Meantime, what do the two of you do?
I continue going up the floors, seeing what I find.
You only had the roof left to check, and the roof is a roof. It seems to have been finished. Like the antennas and such things haven't been installed, but that looks like to be the main thing that's missing.
Right, so I see nothing else. I guess I go back downwards to the ground floor then.
Okay. So yeah, you all meet on the ground floor. The kid is still outside, just like sort of rubbing himself, just like arms together and looking around, waiting, looking miserable.
I trusted his memories a bit.
Okay, very good. We won't be able to look much. We'll have to wait till he leaves before we can check the grounds. I suspect, and some stuff might be buried. I don't know yet.
You mean like ghosts?
I didn't say nothing about ghosts, but I
Your
don't
side
know
is
what
nodding
ghosts are.
empathetically at you from where you can see his obfuscated form when you mention ghosts.
Like, I mean, that balcony was screwed on, right? I'm pretty sure. But
I mean, if he had been coming there for multiple days, why would it be give way now with all the bolts so neatly stacked by the supports, right?
yeah. But I mean, you wanna come to look at the other buildings? Maybe we have to drive off some more stragglers.
That'd be a good idea.
Okay, so you enter the second building, the one that's half finished. Give me another perception awareness roll.
At what difficulty? 5, 6.
6. You again catch the movement, and it's like the tip of a fluffy orange tail. You see for a moment, and then it's gone. Have you heard of weird tigers?
What was? Well, I go after it then, I guess.
Go after it, you round the corner, nothing's there.
Oh, I thought I wanted a new cat. Anyway, continue searching.
You search the place. You find a scorch mark on one of the walls where an electronics panel is still open. And that's about it.
I'm sure that's a code violation somewhere.
It looks like someone wired things together improperly, and a horrible accident resulted with some of the construction workers. You can roll like if anyone has like intelligence technology, you can look it over and see what you think.
That wouldn't be my role.
I don't think it's anyone's. I know that Stanislav has a hacker goal that's also supposed to be good at electronics, but it's like, I think it's like consumer electronics, more like microcontrollers and the like, than it is like an electrician.
I will just send him the picture of this and call him.
Okay. I will roll on his behalf. Oh, yeah, no. I think some idiot's been messing with this junction box. See, you like those two wires, they're clearly marked, they're not supposed to go like that. Like, no trained electrician would make that mistake. That that was either someone being a complete dumbass who wasn't properly trained, or I don't know, but that's there's no way someone who knew what they were doing would ever make that mistake. And it's something egregious like I don't know, like ground being connected to the grid instead or something, you know, something that was guaranteed to cause a problem the moment someone fucked with things.
We should leave it alone for now, just in case. Let's continue.
Okay. There are no other issues with this building. There is zero interior work here. Uh, the frame is done halfway up, and like a couple of the balconies have, like the frames have been installed. I don't think they would install the glass in case of accidents this early because it's easier to smash those. So it's just this concrete frame with, you know, some of the metal bits screwed on where they were going to install the balcony paneling.
You did say there's foundation, right?
The next one is just a foundation that's been dug, yeah.
Okay. Because I'm also looking out for what looks like where
Bones.
something would be dug up.
Bones, barrow hills, you know, fairy mounds.
Mounds.
Yeah, got it.
Who knows?
Okay, werewolf burial grounds.
Indian burial grounds somehow.
All right.
Getting.
So you go to the third building, which is dugout foundations, and give me. Well, you have a flashlight. I'm not, and you have your eyes. I'm not gonna make you roll for this. There does seem to be like bits of wood that seem to have been uncovered at the bottom of the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And give me a perception awareness at. Well, yeah, we'll call it a 6 again. Something. You don't see anything, but something feels. Like there's some kind of tension in the air in this place. You don't know what it is, but there's something.
Mm. Well, is there? Well, I take my boot and I begin to scuff by nearby the words "hello"
Okay.
into the dirt.
And you wait for something to draw in the dirt while you watch.
Yep.
Nothing happens.
Well, I guess I go closer to the uncovered area.
Next, we have found some kind of wood at the bottom of the last foundation. There was a junction box that had been hotwired to do bad things in a way that wouldn't be an accidental mistake by someone who knew what they were doing in the half-finished building.
Huh.
Okay, so you go closer to the exposed wood. You look down on it. It looks dark. Not just dark by nature, but stained. with time.
So it's old.
Well, do you have crafts? Do you want to make a roll?
Did I? No. There's no point in rolling that.
Because a wood in the right conditions, like the surface at least, starts to look pretty gnarly even a couple of years in like a wet environment, right? So it's really hard to tell. But it's not new. Like it wasn't placed here yesterday as part of the building effort. Like that much seems obvious.
Okay then. Just that's all I see then.
No, you
Do
can
I hear
investigate further. If you can think of ways to poke whatever is there anyway.
Yeah, just gradually work my way up the list of things. So listen to it, tap on it, that kind of thing to begin with.
Give me a perception alertness at 5. Oh, and Ethan also drew hello there on the ground to try and provoke a response. There was no response, Nyaxi. Okay, now he's knocking on the wood, checking it, and Ethan, it does sound like there's some hollow spaces under there, but they're not large. They're definitely not person-sized.
Bigger or smaller?
Smaller. But it's irregular. There are places where things sound like, more or less completely, solid. Or as solid as whatever this whole thing is resting on can be. And there are places where there's bigger space, so it's irregular.
Okay. Well, this seems to be a good hit. What do you think? Should we open it?
How?
Do we
don't see
open
an
the
obvious
sarcophagus?
entrance. Unless you wish to just go straight in, just hack through it.
That's what I mean. But is it trapped or anything? But I don't want to set anything off at the moment. But
Well, I
should we
think
get ready or no?
Matthew's connection died entirely, so it's the two of you.
So you're looking if you can somehow get into the crawl space, essentially.
Well, I think we could, but should we at the moment?
Can we check if there's a non-destructive way to get down there? It's like a secret.
You don't
door.
see anything obvious. It might be that there is some secret hatch or whatever that could be open that isn't warped by age or whatever. Or maybe you just need to dig, like whatever this is. It doesn't look like it was like excavated beyond uncovering that it's there.
I guess maybe we should try excavating it further.
There
And
are
see what we see.
shovels on site.
And getting some, the mummy vibes. Even
I do have a large collection of many different VOD books with many different interesting powers, and some of them aren't even about demons and earthbound.
No, I just meant because, they uncovered something and that the curse of the mummy has led to the downfall of their god. Then again, it would be a very technically skilled mummy to mess with the construction site like
It
that.
depends on when they uncovered it, honestly, because it could have just learned. You can probably learn language and at least, like, all it takes is one electrician showing a new kid, never ever cross these wires or really bad things happens. That's it, you have your sabotage, right?
But yeah, I guess this is our best lead for potentially being something.
Yep. Well, I guess we should just start digging around it carefully and without breaking it until we find any clues.
What would Mom think of Ventral digging?
I'm starting to think I might. Maybe she was right about getting a ghoul being a good idea.
Speaking of which, we should probably get our ghouls to help.
Yeah, sure. Like, if you're being careful, it's probably 2 or 3 people that can work on this at the same time. So you can sort of take turns and all do some digging. I want the both of you to roll luck dice. Lower might win a prize if it's low enough.
Oh my god, of course.
Okay.
Oof.
So this place definitely has a crane, and there are some construction materials stacked nearby. And Hannah is. By the way, you should roll what your total blood is at the start of this evening. Hannah is being the manager, overseeing the digging, looking from above and making sure that everyone is doing their part, that they're not gonna interfere with each other's work, etc. Doing what a good Ventru should do. Roll me a perception letter. So I'm gonna give you a couple of chances to either fuck up or make this less bad. You hear the sound of something grinding, and you catch movement out of the corner of your eye as you half turn. You are sort of sitting, or like standing, leaning against one of these stacked piles of like concrete, concrete panels, and one of them is sliding off the top towards you.
Can I dodge that?
Roll me a Dex Athletics.
I might spend a willpower on that.
Dodging is a combat action.
Can I have do I have the time to bloodbath everyone?
You have the time to do one turn of blood buffing, yes, just like instinctively in the moment. Okay. So, I'm gonna say that that's pretty good as a dodge. But this is also meant to very mean, and this took several hours for something to set up and actually manage. So I'm gonna call it a 6 dice of bashing, as it sort of catches you a glancing blow and just sort of rakes across your side. But luckily, it's only your clothing that is fucked up by this effort, as you jump out of the way just in time to avoid the main part of it.
I'll be probably yell out in surprise as it happens.
Well, everyone hears it as it crashes and breaks into 3 pieces on the ground. The, steel rebar core of it now exposed in several places. And, obviously the work goes to a stop. I'm going to say that the other two are busy patrolling the perimeter at the moment, and it's the two of you overseeing this work.
I spent at least a few moments frantically looking around for another shadow.
There doesn't seem to be one.
Okay, then I'll take a deep breath and check how that fuck it was brought down.
Okay, perception investigation.
I can't figure it out.
You can as well, Dan. For the moment, the work has come to a stop. Okay, so this is magnificent and really, really interesting. So they were slightly lopsided, but it's like 3-4 degrees lopsided, right? It's not a lot of, like, it's barely there. It looks like someone took a crowbar, inserted it between two of those. Then there's like cables that you use for carrying objects sometimes in construction, right? Those were tossed over the handle of the crowbar with various buckets and weights attached to it to lift it up just enough. Then someone had very carefully worked in a bunch of grease as lubricant between the two concrete blocks, and then presumably given it enough of a push or released the weight back onto the grease, right? Given it enough of a nudge, and then it started sliding. But whatever it was, it didn't have the strength to push a concrete block on its own. It went through a really, really elaborate amount of work to get it to fall on where the manager was sitting for an extended period.
But like under normal circumstances, we would surely have noticed that someone was doing this.
If there was a normie there, yeah, you would have noticed. It must be something that is able to go undetected in some way. Or, yeah, has some kind of power along those lines. An obfuscated vampire could do it if they were very careful and very determined. Well, maybe they couldn't, because getting the grease in there without a special tool, because the gap was narrow even with the crowbar, right? But presumably, like, it's not beyond the realm of imagination that it could be done.
Mm. I just suggest we make our movements more erratic and random. And not stay in one place for too long.
I'll keep that in mind, I say.
It sounded like he told you to dig. It's been a couple of hours. You have sort of you found and uncovered a place where there was like the slightest gap that had been sort of reburied, right? And it's like maybe a palm's height worth of clearance between that and ground, right? And it looks like it's not dirt that's been dug up previously, it's dirt that's been there for a while, right? Like it's compacted deposits. So, does anyone have any science? In particular, things like geology or academics, archaeology would also be appropriate.
No, I'm Hannah is a humanities girl, but not that kind of humanities.
I'll let you roll out of specialist. What is your academic specialty?
History.
History. I'll let you apply it at a 7. History is adjacent enough.
Leszek has some kind of academics, right?
Yeah, but his is like Slavic history, so he's just like specific myths and the like, not just the general course of history and study of history. He's closer to mythology in some ways, you know?
Okay, I guess I'll try my rock.
Oh yeah, Stanislav is an uncultured swine. And yeah, Naxi, we are gonna do a speed run through all the skills you put in the, like F tier.
Yeah, can't wait to see Animal Can come on.
I'm working on it. So one success. Looking at this, it looks like it's a building to you. But it's a building that's been buried by time and covered over by deposits from the waves and from the river. Because there is like a river delta near Gdansk. And it's just like been filled in over time by, water and sludge. Leaving, soil behind.
Yeah, really am getting some the mummy vibes.
Bacon, they have found the temple of the mummy that's been filled in by alluvial deposits from the river and have uncovered the entrance. It tried to kill Nyaxi via a concrete panel.
Wait. We are playing Mummy now.
Yeah.
And Ems is going to love this.
So Lezek comes back where they have been digging for a couple of hours. You see that you were attracted by a sound of something crashing, and you see that one of the concrete panels has fallen to the ground where the Ventru was overseeing the work without helping, as they do. And they are, discussing, looking over the place, and then they climb down into the pit to take a look at how far they've gotten.
Was Hannah wearing a hard top hat?
Nope.
No.
And she barely managed to avoid getting crushed.
I thought.
Yeah, I mean, was not using the hat. Like, he would go, no, Hannah, there's safety regulations for that. You should wear a helmet. That's a building site, you know?
No, the entire side of her outfit has been ripped to shreds.
Did we at any point come part held heads?
She doesn't need a hard hat. She's a Ventru. Their skulls are naturally thick.
That's
Oh,
the part.
you know what? Maybe you're right. I'll bring a hard hat next time.
Looks at
Oh,
cheat, sees no fortitude. It had been a deliberate setup over several hours where it used crowbars, buckets, and like those construction straps you use to carry heavy shit to create a lever system to lever a gap between two concrete blocks and then slowly fill it with grease so it would actually slide. It was not something strong shoving it over, it was something clever slowly constructing a trap because the Ventru was overseeing in the same spot for hours.
Right. So, do we have a tunnel that lead to the mummy or something? Or how is the situation?
There is about a hand's, like a length-wide gap of what looks like it might be an entrance, but most of it is filled in by, deposited river silt and the like.
And one of the nerds confirm, oh, we are dealing with a mummy.
No.
No, it's more like this was an old building and the mummy thing is showing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't know it's a mummy, alright.
Yeah, more like, I'm getting some real the mummy vibes as in the movie.
I, wait, I really enjoyed the Scorpion King movie. That was
Fuck
fun.
you! You piece of shit!
What? What's the outrage?
Jesus Christ. What
You're-
was it? Dwayne The Rock as a CGI scorpion monster?
Yeah. Belichick has one intelligence. It's a movie about The Rock and silly stuff. It's fucking great.
Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you,
I
fuck you, fuck
enjoyed
you.
when I watched it and I was like 6, so Lex will probably enjoy as well.
Okay. So, you have uncovered an entrance. Who do you send in?
Right. Guess
I
that's
will
a job
go
for
in.
me.
Pistol
No,
at
no,
hand.
no.
Let's go
Dude.
for it.
Dude. It's dangerous, alright? Let me go first with the axe.
Okay,
Okay.
I will go second then.
This height, like palm height, that's the width of the entrance. Do any
Yeah.
of your heads fit, much less shoulders?
I mean, we make a bigger entrance.
Okay, you start digging the entrance wider.
Yeah.
Alright. Very
And
well.
if we only had someone that could, like, I don't know, talk with animals or like make some animal
If
ghouls
only
and look through
someone
their
had
eye.
movement of the mind, imagine the amount of earth they could move at once.
Nah, they would need a really high level for that.
A
It's
tree is enough to move a human's amount in a single go, as long as you fed him enough blood. Listen, catch a car full of normies, feed him 50 blood points, he'll dig it out in no time.
yeah, the math checks out.
Shouldn't have let the kid go.
You're not gonna make some random kid crawl into the.
Yeah, we don't have a kid to
If
crawl into the
only
hole.
Vivian was with us, she could lead the way.
We are not in the like first industrial revolution. We can't pay 5 cents to a kid to crawl into a dark hole.
Listen, your sire would still do it.
Yeah. Fair.
I saw the calculation. Yeah, no, I have no counter argument. Yes, she would. Okay, so you work to uncover the entrance. It looks like at least the entrance part is very thoroughly filled in. You can probably enter some part of the building by morning if you work hard to widen it, but it's gonna take the rest of the night, and it's a big fucking project because, like, it's that dense river silt, right, where it gets compacted down by water and deposits. So it's not necessarily the easiest digging, and you have to carry it out, right? It's like a plug in the entrance, essentially.
Yeah.
But towards
Yeah,
morning, one of you can crawl in, at least part ways.
I don't think it's a good idea to do that towards morning.
No?
Like, if things go bad and we have to run away and it's light outside.
You can just sleep in the basement of your new construction site.
Yeah, that's the plan.
I don't think that's a good idea. What if we get like buried under
What
concrete
if
while we
while we're
sleep?
sleeping something crawls on us? Let's get to our safe houses.
Yeah, we should just get out of here and have someone keep an eye on the place during the day,
Okay.
so no one can go in the hole.
Who do you assign to guard?
A butler. I mean,
Okay.
why not? He
Oh.
can be there during the day.
He can. He's been up most of the night. He will be useless the next night, but he can definitely pull an all-nighter for him and stay for the day. Keep in mind, this place is dangerous. There is something trying to kill people who come here and drive them off.
Like Ethan, don't you also have like a guy
You know,
that works for you?
I don't want to use another servant, so you know, I think I will do it.
How will you
Yeah, but
guard it during the day? You are
yeah, no,
allergic to sunlight.
yeah, like Stanislav, if you have your servant and like Ethan has one as well, that's
Yeah,
true. You know, they could help each other out.
yeah. Let's put two servants in this.
They
Okay.
could even catch some sleep.
Although we should command them to keep to the perimeters and approach at random angles, in and out.
Okay, so their orders are to stay out of the site itself, keep your distance, stay at the perimeter, preferably outside the fence, that sort of thing.
Yeah, outside the fence, make sure no one gets in if they can. But if they're getting too close, come in at different angles each time.
Okay, don't be predictable. Something is hunting
Correct.
you. Okay, cool. Next, you already rolled for how much blood Hannah had. If you remember your formula for blood amounts, 1d3, sorry, not 1d3, 1d10 plus 3 plus 1 point per fame, per domain, per herd. So figure
One,
out how much blood you had at the start of this evening. And then subtract 1 for the next night ticking around.
I'm just good. I'm always full.
And I will roll for Stanislav since he is not here.
Yeah. Young Frodo is in his journey to Mordor.
Yes. Okay. So at the start of next evening, you're gonna have 10 blood left. Plus 3 to this, and if you have herd or fame or domain or anything that gives you extra blood,
I
that's.
have heard.
Yes, yours I already checked. But yeah, Dan.
Wait,
But
now we all have domain, right? So we get up one extra.
you are just taking possession, you're not hunting there. This was determined before the domain was assigned at the start of Elysium Night. In the future, you will be able to assign the blood points from this domain once to one member of the party, or you will be able to divide 2 points for 2 points of domain among the party. If someone ends up super hungry at the start, you can assign it to them, and I'll let that be like a pickable resource, I think.
Yeah, good way of doing it.
But uh, Matt nominates someone to roll a 1d10 on behalf of your ghoul to see how lucky he is, and Dan.
Then
Oh, Dan. Then you roll for yours first, and then for Matt's. Okay. What was it to wake up? Perception plus Auspex rating to wake up during the day. So Dan, give me a roll at difficulty 8. I know that waking up was an 8. Okay, you're able to struggle awake. Your phone is ringing. Roll your humanity rating to stay awake long enough to actually do something. Again, difficulty 8. Okay, I'll make you roll again if this goes on for long enough. Your phone is ringing. It's your partner in your business, your retainer.
What is it?
I'm so sorry to call you to. The other guy, he won't wake up. We were taking turns sleeping in the car because, we were up all night. He He's breathing. He's alive, but he won't wake up, and he looks kind of pale. Like I don't know what happened. Like he's we're just parked under the tree in the shade. The sun is out. Like there's nothing should have been able to get him. I don't think anything bit him, but like so I can't wake him. He's keeping sleeping. I don't know what to do.
Is he alive?
Yeah, he's breathing. He's fine. I checked, but like I don't know. Do I call
What
a
is the time?
hospital? But it's like 5 p.m. Like it's winter. The sun's about to go down in a little bit. Like, but should I wait for you? What do I do?
Just get him in, drive him away from us, and get him closer to his master.
I don't fucking know where that fucker lives. Like, where the fuck am I supposed to take him?
Okay, start bringing him to my office then.
Okay, just call me about this.
He doesn't know your number.
Not to mention you can't wake up.
Well, it's during the day,
Just-
right? So it's like,
And if it was supernatural by the sounds of it, it's going to be messed up. And by the time he gets there, the sun should be setting soon, I hope. I
okay.
think.
So he's gonna drive him to the office, and you are about to fall asleep again. Do you struggle to continue staying awake, or do you let sleep take you?
Mm. I'll
If
struggle
you try
against it.
If you try to stay awake for like an extended period during the day, I will demand an extra blood point in those kind of situations. Because like 1 or 2 turns, that's fine, no big deal. But if it's like a scene, then yeah, I'll want a blood point for an extra waking, essentially.
Okay.
Do you want to struggle awake? And because then it's up to you. Like if you see value in that, then go ahead and make me some humanity rolls. You want to with the 2 successes you got earlier, you want a total of 5, so you need 3 more. And if you fail, like you won't spend the blood points. Only if you succeed and decide to, stay away. Cause okay, damn. Yeah, you shake off the sleep and get up. And yeah, you are technically functional. What do you want to do?
Okay. It's still bright out, or did the sun just go down?
I mean, you could check if you're feeling brave. You look on your phone, it says that sunset is in about 20 minutes.
I stay in my sleeping quarters and text him, bring him into the office area, and then shut the door tight.
Okay.
And I also the office obviously has blinders and all that kind of thing.
All right. Your retainer sunproofs the office, and sure, half an hour later, you have the pale and still sleeping guy just sort of slumped on like a visitor couch, probably like in the reception area. Just sort of been laid out as it's a short couch, so his knees are over the end and his feet are on the floor, but like he's kind of laid back.
It's good enough. So check for breathing and all the life signs and
Breathing.
and his body.
Give me a perception medicine to actually determine his state, if you have medicine. Ah, I see.
Okay, look at it. No
Well, he's
medicine.
breathing and he's definitely still has a pulse. He's alive. That's about as much as you can tell.
I don't notice anything else about him. No damage.
No, not that you can tell. But at this point, the sun has gone down, and while vampires will naturally get up a little later than this, if they manage to wake, they won't have to roll humanity to stay awake.
Okay, well, I call the chantry, see if anyone's up.
Well, yeah, there's like a ghoul answers.
I'll just see if I can get in contact with Stanislav or have someone get Stanislav awake.
He's gonna give you the butler's number and tells you that that is the primary retainer of Stanislav, and he will be able to contact his master for you if he thinks that his master won't talk to you.
All right, thank you. I'll go check for the butler's phone, and if it's not locked.
But you have Stanislav's number from before.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna
Okay.
call him, you can just call him directly.
Yeah, call directly now.
I will roll Stanislav's one perception to see if he manages to force himself. Well, if he notices that you are, in fact, summoning him. He does, Matt. It is far too early to be.
For smoking.
Okay. I guess you are, on a train or something? But you may interact with Dan. He has called you far earlier than he should have. Ethan, that is.
So what's happened?
Your butler is in a bad way at the moment, and I need your permission to take him to the chantry to see him medically taken care of, or whatever you want having done with him.
You know, I don't trust the Tremere.
That's the
I know,
Tremere
sounds-
experience. No, that's the Tremere. Now you understand the clan you picked. We told you, but now you actually understand.
I don't want him taken to the chantry. Here is my home address. Take him to my place instead.
Do you want to reveal the place where you sleep, helpless during the day? Those are random.
He is not random. If he
Okay.
wants to backstab me, he can backstab me during the night.
Wow.
What?
So trusting, so brave for Tremere.
And in the case, well, that's what we'll do. We'll get in the car and drive.
And betray him? That's
Maybe
fast,
later.
bro.
Who knows?
Call 3 other Malkavians. Hey guys, I heard you wanted to eat a Tremere someday. Have I got a surprise for you?
Oh, he just calls Lezek. So about the boom, I'm owing you.
Okay. So, by the time everyone else is going up, you will have arrived and deposited the ghoul in a safe location inside the house of Stanislav. And, it's the kind of house that a like upper middle class family might have, right? Like it's people that still kind of have to work for a living, but have made it, right? At least that's who they were before the Tremere clan set sights on them as a recruitment pool. And the ghoul is deposited. He actually has a little bit more color in him now. Like he's breathing a bit, better, more steadily.
I attempt to wake him up.
Okay, how do you go about it? Just call his name, slap him, just beat the shit out of him. I don't know, like inject him with adrenaline.
Just call his name and slap him.
It's just he groans like young master falls asleep again.
he might need to pick me up and point to the rest.
Yes, drown the man in blood, turn him into more Tremere. This city needs more Tremere. That's exactly what we want.
I just meant a couple of blood points, not a full
A
turn.
couple?
Just replace all his normal blood with vampire blood. That will make sure that he's awake.
I mean, you can give him blood if you want.
Yeah, just one assure is actually normal to give to ghouls.
And you're familiar with doing this too anyway, really.
Yeah. And what do you think, Matt? Blood or no
Yeah,
blood?
he's probably fighting against the train.
Yeah, let's give him.
Alright, I will subtract a blood point. You give him blood. He comes awake for a moment. What happened? Oh, I feel so tired.
Just hold on for a minute more, then you can rest. Tell us everything you can remember if you can.
We were taking shifts. 2 hours awake, 2 hours napping. We spent 15 minutes away from the site to go to the gas station to grab some coffee and sandwiches because we were starving. I went to sleep, taking my turn to rest, and that's it. That's all I remember.
You didn't feel anything?
I don't remember. I'm gonna roll, like, I don't know what's like, oh yeah, no, he wouldn't. He definitely, like, no, it's, no, I don't think I do. It's just like weird nightmares or something. I don't know, I was exhausted and I was sleeping in a car seat, you know. Oh, I feel really hungry. I know it's not my place, sir, but could someone please just like make me a coffee with a lot of sugar or something, please?
I will do it for him.
Okay. He just sort of struggles into a sitting position, and even that seems to take a lot of strength. He's just sort of breathing heavily and leaning back against the rest of the couch. Like, oh, what the fuck got me? What is it? And like, he's gonna drink the coffee with like 3 or 4 sugars in it, and that does perk him up a little, so he has like, I'm gonna say that you can contact the others and, well, I'm gonna give this ghoul like an hour of activity at most, essentially, and then he's gonna need to sleep again.
I ordered him to relax and take a day off.
Okay? He's just gonna climb upstairs, strip some of his clothes, but he just sleeps like in his pants and his shirt after taking off his jacket and shoes. That's about as much as he can manage.
Okay. Well, I assume I'm just gonna take Stanislav and our car with my ghoul as we head to the site, I guess. Be right back 1 sec.
Okay. And we're gonna assume that the two of them clue you in, and since they're busy babysitting a ghoul, you're the first to actually arrive on site. So you can discuss among yourselves and, if you wish, also act.
I mean, I arrive. I'm just getting ready to go into the tunnel. You know, I have my hard hat, my axe, and just wait for them to arrive.
Okay? Sure thing, Hannah.
Did I have the time to get a hard hat from somewhere?
You can find one on site. Like, it's easy enough to break into one of those, like, construction container houses, right? That they use on site, and there's a bunch of hard hats and lockers in, one of them. You can also get a construction vest for yourself.
Sure, why not?
One of those really reflective ones that stand out. And a
Huh.
tool belt, should you wish one. Although actually, some tools would be left behind. The workers don't care. Fuck it, they're just there to work. Like, none of it is theirs anyway.
I mean, yeah, and probably like if you look around, for some reason there's no copper left.
It hasn't been that long. There's a little bit left.
A
Okay,
little
okay.
bit.
Yeah, I mean, come on, it's Poland. It's basically same level as Romania, but instead of gypsies, they have Polish people. Arguably worse.
Wow. Well, Bacon. Okay, so the two of them arrive as well. It looks like Lezek. It probably has like stripped down vest of some kind that a miner might wear. He has a hard hat and he's ready to go.
Right, the others arrived, correct?
Yeah.
It's missing two. Oh, yeah, you guys took some while.
If only someone had a high occult like a Tremere character or something, huh?
Like, you guys know what happened with the ghoul? Like, I mean, we're talking about how it looked like, a mummy, probably a mummy curse, or maybe like, there's no Native American burials here, right? They usually like to curse people.
It must have been the Baba Yaga, Bacon, a old Slavic myth.
True, that or maybe I don't know, like in the war, some gypsies were massacred around these parts.
A gypsy curse on a gypsy burial ground. It must be that.
It's dangerous stuff. That's alright. I'm going into the hole.
Alright. So you proceed to crawl into the hole. Give me a strength athletics to see how far you get and what you discover.
Oh, actually, I have one more dice because of potence.
I'm so glad we taught Matt what Clan Tremere is really like.
That's 6.
Okay, you crawl in. It does seem to be a wider space, but the silt reaches all the way to the ceiling in places here, and you're pretty sure you're gonna get lost because this goes off in many different directions. It's kind of like a, bigger room that just, is filled in and sort of like a cave thing, and it's confusing.
He doesn't need that. He's smart.
Oh,
He
no.
just looks back at the hole and just asks, "So you guys have like breadcrumbs or something? Like anything I could, maybe a pen? Yeah, I could throw lines in the ground where I already went. Yeah, much better than breadcrumbs."
Sure, Lezek. Sure. In fact, you have a built-in tool for drawing a line in the ground. You need to drop your pants and blush of life.
I mean, I guess pissing blood also works.
That's not what I meant, but okay, that too.
I'll get the notebook out and note which ways we took if there's crossings, I guess.
Do you wish to follow him in? Because right now he's crawled in ahead.
That is right, maybe that is a bad idea.
I mean,
can we
this
just
is
put a...
this is kind of spelunking, you know. So it's like.
Well, in the case I'm going in too, and with the eyes on in case of any darkness, which
Okay.
most likely is.
You turn around
mean,
to ask for something to check the direction with, and you see a pair of red glowing eyes staring back at you.
Oh, cool. Like, I guess you guys could tie me to a rope if you have anything on the building site, and like if I get lost, I pull on it and you guys guide me back.
There are those straps for carrying heavy shit that could be tied together and give you at least like 10 meters of further length to explore a bit more.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I think I saw them earlier where I got the hard helmet from.
There was also
Right.
some left where someone tried to drop a construction panel on you.
Makes sense.
Okay, so you make a makeshift tether. Are both of you going in deeper? Because someone needs to stay at the entrance to the bigger room than to hold the tether within sight of the exit.
I will hold the tether.
Okay? So Hannah stays all the way outside. Stanislav is a little ways inside. The two of them will go deeper. Alright? Give me another strength athletics to make a path. Alright? You go in, you push, and it seems that it does, like there's a side, like a corridor that runs parallel to the big room. And there it opens up a bit where you could actually stand up if you reach the bottom. There's still like mounds of silt through the doorways from the main room that have built up. But here it looks like it's clearer. Like it's not entirely clear, but it's clearer. So if you wish, you can abandon the tether here and go on foot. You have pushed through enough barriers, let's say, to, reach some kind of an interior section.
But if we leave our tatters, how we get back?
Yeah, that's true.
We got to keep them on us because someone might move it.
Right, so we go back and try to get a longer rope.
You have heightened senses on, or do you not, Ethan?
I have both, on
Okay.
at the moment.
Perception awareness, if you would. Okay. So, you see a glitter on the wall, and you lean in. You see that there's some kind of a picture made out of polished pieces of amber there. And for a brief moment, you think you see a vertical orange pupil looking out through the amber at you.
Wow.
It's like a big orange eye. Vertical like a cat's would be.
That's impressive.
What?
Don't you see it? There's some eye right there. but it
You
disappeared
just
on
saw it
us.
for. You don't see any eye, but when you put your light on that, was like, oh yeah, this is definitely Slavic shit. That's like a mosaic made of pieces of polished amber. That's very traditional for this region.
Wait, Amber. I know a guy that can help us with that. The sheriff. Like, he lives in an Amber museum. Clearly, he must know something about this. Come, just give me a moment. Let me take a picture. We can send him for him later.
Stanislav, while they're busy talking, there's a tug on the rope.
Was that you
Excuse
guys
me.
pulling on it?
There is a bit of a problem. I don't know what tag is.
Tug, like
Ah,
if
okay.
someone
They're pulling.
pulls on the rope, like yeah, pull us back, lead us in, kind of signal.
Okay, so I pull it back.
Okay, the rope arrives. There's no one on the other end.
Uh-oh.
So Leszek tells you enthusiastically about the sheriff. You process that idea. You look back towards the exit, thinking about who you might call, and you realize the rope is no longer there.
It was an accident. I'm sorry I misheard.
No. That was completely correct. It's just that they weren't the ones that pulled the rope.
Ah, Lazek didn't notice. He's just taking pictures. Man, that's some cool stuff. I want to roll my intelligence academics to know if those are what is the origin of this mosaic pratic from the Indo-European people. My specialty.
Sure. Go ahead and roll, and specialty applies, definitely.
Okay, at 6, or you want higher difficulty?
Actually, for specialty applying, do you actually have 4 in that? Because I think it should apply if you have 4.
No, I just noticing because it's knowledges. You have to say what your specialty.
Yeah, I think that I think for knowledges we should roll it that you get a tens double for the specialty if you have 4 dots, and otherwise it's just the narrowing of focus. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
So roll at 6. That's perfectly fine. Okay, you have an idea. You definitely have an idea where to look for the specifics. This is pre-Christian, definitely. It's like, I don't know, 2000 years old maybe, roughly, give or take 3 or 4 centuries. So between 400 after Christ and 400 before Christ.
Okay, so from the migration period can even be pre-Slavic. Cool. And this is lit. Continue
What an
taking pictures.
archaeological find! They will close off this site and we will never profit from this.
Just looking at. Man, I guess I'm going to make if I ever go back with the bros and make a new album where I'm going to use this art on the cover.
Yeah, it's a
Need to
shame that
change
it's
from.
covered in so much gunk. You should stay here and clean the rest of it off.
And he just looks back at Ethan, like, everything alright? Anything else we need to look at? With your power eyes?
Do I see any other entrances or anything in this area before we quickly display that we need to leave?
It looks like this is a side corridor running parallel to some kind of a big hall. So there's a bunch of side chambers going off of here, which are probably either smaller rooms or servants' quarters or utility spaces, kitchens, washrooms, whatever.
And do I see, like, if given, would I say that anything going to collapse on us any moment, looking at the roof above us?
It seems solid. If it didn't collapse from all the weight before this place was dug out, you're probably fine now because there's very little weight on it now. if this place is multi-level, that might suck. But there doesn't seem to be a huge indication that this is like a multi-level place, right? Like at most, it's like the main hall might be 2 stories high, maybe you dug far enough down, but like not really. This is probably like a single story wooden building.
Right. So it's probably not that too much more to it then. Well, I say to Lezak that we have been made, and the whatever's following after it has had our line. Do you want to go back or do you want to continue?
Completely
Oh,
unrelated question. Which members of the coterie, if any, have any pieces of amber on them as keychains, jewelry, anything?
no. Dazak would have nothing. It's not edgy enough.
I don't think I would go with something as cheap.
Fair enough. I mean, white gold and amber could be classy.
I mean, Ember is only cool if you have like a cool insect inside of it.
Some pieces can be pretty nice if they're worked in the right way.
Yeah, but it doesn't beat a million-year-old bug.
Sure. Okay, Ethan, would you have any amber on you?
Wouldn't make sense for Ethan to have anything like that.
And Stanislav?
I'm thinking, you know, he actually can have some jewelry.
Okay,
A ring, I guess. A ring. Let's say a ring.
sure. Sure, we're gonna say that it's like a silver ring with a piece of amber set inside, and it's like a, you know, something to remember your family by. That you inherited. Alright. So, Ethan, yes, you were discussing among yourselves. Sorry for interrupting, I just need to know in case events transpire in a specific pattern who has a specific thing.
Alright. We are top line, yeah. We should go back. Man, weird.
Okay.
You said you saw an eye. What kind of eye you saw?
Looked like some sort of cat's eye, I believe, but it was pretty big-ish in the amber. But it just disappeared right away. So I don't know what that was exactly. But I saw a
Just
tail
stops.
earlier too.
Just stops. Things. I mean, no, yeah. You could have confused with the dog guy, right? You're sure it's a cat. Like, I
Wait,
heard.
don't dogs have like normal pupils and cats vertical ones? Or am I...
Yeah, they are
That'd be
more
right,
normal.
yeah.
Yeah, it's very different. But Lesek wants to be sure.
No, I'm sure it's the cat like eye.
Like, I heard that thing once. That like maybe werewolves are real, and I don't want to meet a werewolf. If they're real, that would be very scary. So
I
good thing
think
it's a
I heard
cat.
they would attack us, but we should probably just leave anyway to be sure.
Yeah, let's leave. Like,
Where is your axe as you're taking these pictures, Bacon?
it would be on my side, on that like two belt, just he's standing at my side.
Okay. Your axe is fine, you still have it.
Right, let's return. Not the way back.
Yeah, I've seen enough of the way with my vision.
Good.
Give me an intelligence alertness, Ethan. And I will raise the difficulty actually by 1. Because there is a reason for it. Okay, so He starts crawling back, you're following behind Leszek, and then you see the Malkavian stop, hesitate, look at where the trail you made coming in goes, turn to where the trail doesn't go, and go crawling that way. Ethan, you know exactly where you came from, but something changed the trail behind you to try and mislead you.
There's someone among us.
And moments later, you're face to face with Stanislav, who's holding the rope and just trying to look ahead, you know, trying to shine with the like a light from his phone, probably, which doesn't seem to penetrate the gloom of this place as well as you might like, or as well as it should.
Doo-doo-doo. Bum bum. Goddamn August soundtrack is playing in my head. Thank you, Dan.
But you
Right.
have made it out covered in mud and discovered that there is treasure of a sort down below.
Good save you to know. I would have gone the other way. Like, I swear we went through that part. Like, there was a path on the ground, like all the dirt move. How do you know it wasn't that way?
There was imperfections in the markings and the like. If I wasn't looking carefully, I would have missed it and we would have been in trouble.
It seems like someone meticulously just sort of, with some kind of a relatively small tool, just sort of brushed them out and then just sort of dragged out new tracks.
Right, so it's a migration period. Cat-eyed
Nosferatu child
mummy.
vampire.
I mean,
No. It's a fifth generation Nosferatu's child ghoul.
no, that's too much information for Lazak. Now he's just trying to think, did any European people did mummification? Like, of course they did, because the first Egyptians were Proto-Indo-Europeans, of course.
We was kings.
Yes. Mayhaps we were kings. He just goes to the others, right? Stanislav, we have to leave this place. There is something here.
Let's leave then.
Right. 40 bigger nerds than me. He just shows the picture of the mosaic. You guys know anything about this? Like, I would say very ancient, like maybe even 600 BC. No, actually, he's a cringe pagan. He would use BC instead of BC. Could be later. Like,
It's hard to tell what the picture is supposed to be because it's dirty. But it's some kind of an arch picked out in amber is about all you can make out, like, half an arch of something. And that's it. That's how much of it was exposed and lit.
some shit made of the amber. I'm thinking on asking the sheriff. He lives in the Amber Museum.
Yes, walking to the, domain of a elder without permission. That worked out great last time for you guys.
I mean,
Well,
you
it's
would
a
probably
good thing.
call the sheriff. It's not like we're that much in a hurry, right?
Well, I could probably call him.
You probably
Since
don't
I'm-
have a
yeah.
number directly, like, well, you might, but you're not supposed
Yeah.
to use it, right? But
Yep.
Dan has an employer who might be willing to give him more clues as what you should do next.
No. But we others don't know that.
Yeah, but I can't exactly reveal that. I'm a professional.
Yeah, I mean, we should, if we go to the sheriff, we should go through the official channels.
I mean, what are the official channels? I would ask
Yeah,
Emilia
find a
to.
hound, or
You
I guess
ask
Messiah.
someone of higher status that you can still talk to, right? Provided you don't send Stanislav, which might not be the best. You send someone of higher status to ask the sheriff if he could spare a moment for you at Elysium. Like this kind of shit you do at Elysium, right? That's the channels for like not critical, like official do this kind of shit. Like just because you know the number of police doesn't mean you get called for personal shit.
Yeah, hearing this instruction again, Leszek starts to note down and, oh shit, I'm not supposed to note down. So he just repeats the proper procedure 10 times and then burns the paper.
You're
Okay.
learning. The prince would be
Do any
so
of-
proud.
Do any of you like know a hound or something, or can I just talk with Emilia? She usually does that stuff for me. She's smarter.
Wow. I was just about to say that the prince would be proud that you are trying to overcome the handicap you have by being born Bruja, but wow. Just wow. I mean, yeah, you know hounds, but like honestly, like this, Elysium is when you handle business like this usually. If you
Okay.
need info for and or expertise from someone powerful, like Elysium is for when everyone makes the deals essentially.
Then he asked important question. When is next Elysium? I don't remember.
6 days from now, roughly. It varies a little, but it's usually roughly 6 to 10 days between Elysiums. So, you know, you don't have longer than like a week and a half to wait if things hold. Like the prince likes to, remind everyone that he's there, and Elysiums are honestly just a chance for everyone to have something vaguely party-ish and remind everyone that you're a community.
Okay. Hmm.
Turns out there's a buried dock under there, and the prince claims this entire place as his personal domain because that's a dock. He owns the docks. What's your problem?
I mean, that would be nice.
So, if like
You built a
hypothetically,
big dock.
Why don't we boil the dog down there?
true. I
Well,
was
he
thinking
has
like
to
if
take it
we.
from you. If he doesn't insist on taking it, it's still yours.
Oh.
Like you can't give it to him. He has to take it. Is the thing.
Like if we want to, if I have a rival and he has a domain, and I go to justice and like without them knowing it's me, I make that it's a new road is built through his house. It means that he's in direct conflict with the prince, right?
Not technically until the road is built.
Okay.
But like vampires do this kind of shit all the time. It's like, I'm sorry, your new personal house will have to be demolished to build a new highway. I was bribed, convinced by members of the community to do it. You know? But that's not a breach of the traditions necessarily unless they're sufficiently high status. But even then it looks weak, like, he talked to the bureaucrats to fuck with my domain. Okay, we'll take care of it. Don't cry, baby. -1 status. Okay. Problem goes away. Okay, let's go around the table. What did we learn today in character and out, Dan?
Well, could be interesting. It wasn't. I really don't know what's going on. I'm completely lost.
Okay.
But I did enjoy the start, definitely, so far. And I think we got lucky with the good roll at the end on getting out.
Oh, I would have loved to bury you in mud in some way. But there are limitations to what is fucking with you.
Well, yeah.
Nyaxi.
I'm mostly thinking about what it might be, but I haven't gotten a good idea yet.
Mm-hmm. If only one of you had necromancy. Curse the GM.
What would we need necromancy for?
See across the shroud.
Oh yeah, I mean it could be a ghost, I suppose.
Or it could be an earthbound that's just waking up.
Or a mummy, amber mummy, I guess.
It is encased in amber. Every night the amber cracks and it comes out to hunt. Okay, so Hannah is in the what the fuck is this mode as well.
Yeah, Hannah basically knows less than I do. Like, she's just, what the fuck is going on? Is it ghosts?
Hannah is scared and Nyaxi is intrigued. Okay, Bacon.
Right, in character, Lezak learned a lot how to be a proper vampire and to not write things down. And the sheriff is a very cool guy that you can trust him. He will help you out. The city is in good hands. And out of character, I really want it to be a mummy because we never had one. They're funny. Amps constantly talks about running a mummy game, but no one wants to play mummy with him. But I would hope it's one.
Okay. And Matt.
In character, I learned after being tortured for a week, my character learned not to trust the Tremere with anything at all. Also, my character is afraid of something. Uh, Basically, after this failure, after last session's failure, he's afraid that he cannot show himself in the Elysium and talk to people, which is his specialization.
Now you would know from past experience that someone getting poo-pooed wears off in a session or two of Elysium. Essentially, it's oh, tonight he's in the shitter. Best not be seen with him, or they might think that I'm bad too, right? It's high school politics, you know. Like next week, something else will be on everyone's mind, and people will start talking to you again. Okay, and out of character.
Out of character, I today I learned the name of the game is named Amber Palace, and we managed to find the Amber Palace today.
Mm-hmm.
Eh, It was a bit, so I understand that the whole game will be about this palace.
Potentially.
And Amber, for some reason.
That's it.
Like I was caught off guard when oh yeah, you are in the Amber Museum. Like really a museum about Amber? That's the most
That is the
it would
most Baltic thing, yes, Bacon. I'm pretty sure we have at least one in my country. I'm pretty sure there's one in Sweden as well. Everything around the Baltic Sea, there's amber museums all over because amber, like this place, washes up a lot of fucking amber.
Russia also has one. It's the first result for Amber Museum in Brave Search. God, that's so boring.
Like we have middle-aged women at like country fairs selling amber jewelry. That's how popular amber is here.
I never saw anyone using amber on anything
No,
in my
like
entire
I'm
life.
telling you, I live in a Baltic country. Like you can you can go to like a market fair thing, and you can buy a like an amber necklace or something, and it's just like that shit is common, right? Like over in America, like folksy shit might be who knows what, right? Here, it's jumping over the fire at midnight on midsummer, and it's wearing amber jewelry. Like this is like folksy hipster kind of shit here, right? I don't know how bad it is in Germany, but I think that like Germany is still on the Baltic, so there has to be a little bit up towards Pomerania way, right, Nyaxi?
Yeah.
Tell Bacon about Amber. Don't leave me hanging alone out here.
Well, I mean, it's a big thing. It's the like, the Baltic Sea, and also on the other side, the North Sea. They you sell amber stuff to tourists and shit like that. They have
Yeah, that
they
that
have
too.
amber
Like it's a
museums.
big very marketed cultural thing. But
Yeah, they're just up there. They're just obsessed with it, or they used to be.
Okay, that's good thing to know.
so did we? Right. I would say that since you just adjusted the kids' memories a little bit, that's not really a humanity violation.
I have it as an exception anyway.
Okay, then it definitely doesn't matter. 3xp, 1 willpower, everyone. I will note on Stanislav's sheet myself, so we don't miss that since he can't. So that willpower is recovered. This is where you've been noting your experience. Okay, you're up to 9 total. Any other sins we committed? Nobody got sold out, fucked over. Did anyone do any stealing? Not really. Other than the kid getting thrown out.
Okay.
Yeah,
One
you
thing
could
you have
argue
to.
that. Yeah, but no, like Lezek wasn't really stealing. He was just claiming, damages for destroyed property. Like that was entirely justified. I would say it's not really theft.
Yeah.
Even though taxation, especially by the authorities, is theft, Bacon.
Yeah, he's not a libertarian.
How come?
Like, he has one intelligence, but he's not that kind of one intelligence,
Okay, sure.
Like, he's also not into children.
So, can anyone think of any fuck-ups we need to cover in terms of sins, humanity, etc.?
Nope. Like, at least for the parts I was present, I miss a bit in the middle. No sins were committed.
Yeah,
I mean, is Nayaxi used to rewriting people's memories?
Yeah.
So nothing then.
Yeah. Okay. And it was a pretty gentle rewriting anyway. So it's, the way the sin is written, it's impassioned violation, casual violation, planned violation, etc. So it has to be like a meaningful violation, I would say. And actually, if you keep flexing and poking at that hand, you're just gonna aggravate whatever is wrong. Just leave it alone. Flat on the table now.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, one thing we have to solve is the missing freebie point I had because I miscounted the flow. Like, I have 3 reasonable options to just use it with a 1 point merit, either language, so he knows English. Kind of useful, I guess. A
I
former
would
Goo
say
merit
that-
or Bruiser merit. I think English is the one that doesn't mess with the interactions we had up until now.
I like what does Bruiser give you? It's like intimidation is easier or something.
Yeah, if it's with people I didn't prove they're strong to me, I get reduced difficulty by 1 in intimidation.
Oh right, so it's people who have already made you their bitch. It doesn't apply, but honestly, like I like Bruiser. It plays into why your sire would have chosen you, and it's less useless than the language, and it's very thematic. So I'd say
Okay.
go for that.
Okay, let's take Bruiser. So, of merits and falls. Add Bruiser 1 point. I think it's a social, or it's physical.
I think it's social.
Later I'll write down what it does.
Okay. So you have witnessed 3 inflictions of harm or attempted murders by whatever is here. Clearly, how you were acting on the site set it off. Congratulations.
I mean, it's clearly an evil creature.
Obviously. Well,
Yes.
I'm gonna end the stream and recording here. Say goodbye to everyone.
Goodbye,
Goodbye.
everyone.
Bye.